Alright guys, we're going to do a 100 card singleton match against ML Berlin here. What do we feel like playing today? I don't know. What do we think? What do we think? Let's do Sultai mid-range. I don't know. I've vacillated between this deck and the Gruul deck. I don't know if which is better, the Gruul or the Sultai deck. Alrighty. Don't ever doubt it. So what are we doing turn 2? Anything? Let's duress him first. See what he's up to. Weather Wayfarer is really annoying. Okay. We're probably going to have to play into it and then Maelstrom pulse it the following turn. See what we draw. We shall see. Trop? Yeah, I think Trop. We'll be able to get rid of it next turn. We'll probably just Maelstrom Pulse it. He'll get his free land off of it, which, you know, is good. He'll probably end up getting a waste land, namely. If he does, we hope we draw an untapped land. But if he gets wasteland, we can really screw him. Because we can kill that thing. Actually, we can probably... Yeah, we'll just cast the Murderous Cut and play the Temple. We don't even have to get an untapped land. Oh, wait, can't we? No, he'll kill our black land more than likely. He'll probably kill our black land because the blue-green land. Alright, what does he get? Maze of Ith and doesn't play a land randomly? Okay. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of this thing. Maze of Ith is fine. Just like a random utility land. So he played Plains that has a Windswept Heath. Beloved Chaplain's the play, and he's hoping to draw land, because Maze of Ith does nothing here. Maze of Ith is, like, good against some matchups, but, like, I don't really consider it a huge threat in this matchup. Sorry, so he drew Seachrome. So you know he has Maze. Beloved Chaplain, yeah, cool. We can kill that, like, pretty much at will. I think we do this. And... what do we want here? Bayou? Bayou, I think, is the card. Let's do this. This thing will have a 4/4 attack over the top of his silly Beloved Chaplain. The only thing we need to be worried about, so Sower is kind of annoying. But we do have the Murderous Cuts. Hoping for more removal. If he ever does get to 6, the Worm Coil is going to be very bad. Alright, it doesn't look like he found a land, so we know this has come out. This has come out. This is out in play. This is dead. So he's Windswept Heath in hand. Well, if you draw him like that every time, you tend to win, I think. He's got 6 cards, 3 knowns. Well, let's play this thing, fire this thing up. Reduce his graveyard size. We'll do 3 here. It's fair. Fair damage. Luckily, Mace doesn't tap for mana, so like that Worm Coil is a long ways off. And right now, even the Sower is a bit off. Sower's closer now. So Sower is going to come down next turn. We know that Sower can come down next turn. We have the Murderous Cut, though. So I think that's fine. What do we have on top? Land probably goes to the bottom at this point. Yep, that will go to the bottom. And does he play Counter Magic? Who knows? We're going to develop our board. Actually, we're tapping terribly. God damn it. Excuse my language, guys. Moto sometimes gets annoying. Alright, cool. This cannot get in this turn. So, play this. And pass it. They have a counter. Put him at a 5 with 3 knowns. If he has a counter, it's got to be Mana Leak. Okay, we're getting countered here. That's fine. It's okay. It's good to know what the other... Alright, so we're going to get deprived, and he's returning a land. That does not seem well to me. I mean, obviously, knowing he had that would have made the treetop a lot better here. But we know he's not playing. What's he playing now with? Path? That's cool. We just put on the bottom randomly. Do we want to gain the life randomly? Yeah, I think we do. I mean, it's very, very small, minute value. And what do we want here? Blue, 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 green, green. Actually, our mana is pretty perfect. We will just get an island. And so, he's back up to 6. We know one of them is that, so we know 3 of his cards. Brimaz is fine. That's not good. We need to draw into gas at this point. He's drawn fairly well, too, being fair. I don't think he wants to take the Noble Iark. Maybe he just does. I don't know. But I don't know. Do we thin here? No, I don't think we do, because Brainstorm is live, and Fetch Land with Brain... Well, on 0 cards is Brainstorm with Fetch Land live. Yeah, probably. One of them is bound to be bad. How much does it reduce our land, chance to draw land? We have actually drawn a lot of land, though. That's interesting. Okay. You got it. This makes our Edict effects a lot worse. It'll help him cast the Worm Coil, too. If he randomly gets the Worm Coil down, we're probably in trouble. Yeah, we're definitely in trouble here. So Worm Coil will likely come down this turn. This is actually out of his hand, so if he misses on land, it may not. So we know Worm Coil, 2 randoms, 4th random, or 3rd random now. Can he attack in? Yes, he can. Does he have counter magic? That's unconditional. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, he's got a tap land. I'm fine with that, but Worm Coil is coming down next turn. I don't believe we run control magic effects in this deck. What will be the best here? Damnation, probably. That's not half bad. Yeah, actually, that's very good. I mean, it's not going to beat... If he attacks first... Alright, here's what we're going to do. This is a really weird play. Well, actually, no. We can't beat the Worm Coil right now. We got to do this. This likely means he'll only attack with his Arctic Haven and gain a bunch of life. We should have done this draw step, too. It's a mistake on our part. Devouring Light. Is this attacking or blocking? Okay. Let's get rid of the Worm Coil. That card's probably just going to beat up on us. We'll force him to use this if he wants to attack in. Can still block that, and I will. He may save it, actually. If he uses it, that's fine. I mean, we stopped a Worm Coil. We're going to, suck this thing down. But this is not like a game-winning threat. Vendilion Clique's not a game-winning threat here. It's really just disruption to stop the Worm Coil because we couldn't beat it. So we know that's not in hand. Oh. Mother of Runes. Damnation, come on. Off the top ropes. I think we have to cycle here. And we cycle using a what? These lands. Well, that'll do it. Yeah. Seems good. Seems pretty good. Okie doke. We're gonna wait on that. We're gonna wait on that because let's see what he plays next turn. We just brought him back down to 5 mana. That's gonna bring him up to 7 eventually. Do you want to thin? No, I still think we save it for Brainstorm. Abrupt Decay is cool. So we do sack it here because I think we want to fire both these up. Underground Sea seems good. If he has removal, he can kill one of these things. It's fine. He'll stop one with the Maze of Ith. Okay. We're still in a dubious position here, guys. I think his threats are going to be better than ours. We're not on counter magic. Abrupt Decay is well, if he draws nothing. Snapcaster is a good one. Do we have any like vast card advantage cards? I think we need to respond to whatever it is he's doing. I think we need to keep the aggro up. He's going to obviously sack Myriad Landscape and then play something, and then we'll remove it with Murderous Cut, hoping it's not a Worm Coil-like effect. We have Maelstrom Pulse for Planeswalker, and we have Murderous Cut for any like large creature. And or like if it's like a horizontal grow creature that like puts 5 things in play, like Deranged Hermit, we can just go ahead and go Toxic Deluge for 2. So, or if he has removal, he'll get one of these things randomly. That's fine too. But we got to keep the aggro going. I don't like where we're sitting right now. I don't think Miscalc's a good enough counterspell to sit on. If I had something like a Mystic Confluence or a Cryptic Command in the graveyard, I'd consider this. Or I'd consider leaving the snap up. He may have removal here. That's okay. I mean, we'll lose one of them. Okay. Like a Swords to Plowshares. Like a Comeuppance. Okay, he's just going to sack that thing. Okay. Well, he's got a lot of lands. A lot of lands. It is kind of cool. Like, Comeuppance can't be cast here. So we can actually still randomly cast Snapcaster here. It doesn't mean we kill him next turn, though. We don't have damage spells in this deck, I don't think. Direct damage spells. We obviously had Demise pretty strong to get that Toxic Deluge. That helped turn the game around. We knew we needed it, though. It's kind of cool he cast that. Hopefully he casts a creature now and tries attaching it. I'm almost half tempted to let him hit us with the sword, just because of that draw. So... Gosh darn it, guys. I am so terrible at tapping. I think that's his draw for the last turn. We're doing it this way because no matter which one he untaps, we can cast the Abrupt Decay and or the Snapcaster if we randomly just want a 2-1. I noticed I failed to do that last turn and I was kind of like, eck. Okay, so we still have Abrupt Decay up. Did he miss? I'm sorry, we can't cast a Snapcaster off this mana. It's a cool draw, but I think what we do is just close out the game, guys. They would just force him to have an answer to our shenanigans here. And he may. Maybe like a Snapcaster Path Exile. Okay. Alright, so we'll Abrupt Decay. If there's any threat we can Abrupt Decay, we'll Abrupt Decay it. If we can't, we'll Abrupt Decay the sword before it attaches, or during, when he spends the mana to attach it. And then we have Snapcaster to remove something next turn, which puts us to 3 threats on the following turn. He could Wrath to kill the Snap. He's on 4 cards. We are too. But the only thing we're leaving up right now is the Abrupt. Okay, so he drew a threat. Looks like it costs 4 mana. Okay, Venser. Cool. Probably bouncing the Creeping Tar Pit would be my guess. No, that. Okay, turn off auto yields. So, we'll do is this. Blow up his sword. It's cool. He can counter this. It's fine. Reclamation Sage. We're not going to make him tap Mace to tap it. We're going to overload him here. 2 life does it. A lot of lands. 3 cards. Planeswalker may work here, like a Tameo or something, but we have the Snap to Maelstrom Pulse it on the following turn. You know, the other play is we could just Snapcaster Disfigure, but let's see what he does. On end step, we may do that. The play in my mind had been to Dismember, but I think that's actually a stronger play on end step if he has nothing else going on. So, like, we need to play around Wrath, you know? If he, like, randomly pass down some, like, massive equipment, which, I mean, that's, like, the worst one against us. The red, the blue one is not as bad. We'd still probably Dismember in that case. Well, actually, you know, we could Dismember and then also still keep up Snap, Disfigure, and just take a bunch of damage off the Dismember. Banishing a Light. Exile target an opponent controls. Okay. That's cool. We can Abrupt Decay that. I was reading that because if it like random, I was thinking like a techie play, a funny play would be to Dismember my own dude, but that's not O-ring, so it doesn't have to target something. Or if this thing attacks randomly enough, like I don't think he will attack with it, but okay. Oh wait, no, we don't have that mana open. Well, here's what we can do. We'll just do this. We'll pay the full cost of this thing. We are silly willy. We've been tapping poorly. Let's dismember this thing. If he counters it, it's fine. We can snap on our turn. Okay, he's going to counter it. Mana Leak, cool. Reclamation Sage. So, let's see here. This is... all of the mana goes into this. And then most of the mana goes into this. Alright, so we can't kill if we snap this turn. So let's just go ahead and do this. Let's set up for the win the following turn. Force him to have more answers. We'll Snapcaster here. Or correction, Reclamation Sage. With whatever art this is. It looks terrible. Yep. Yes, I would love to blow that up. And hopefully get a land off the top. Yep. Well, Damnation's interesting. At least. We'll leave up the Snap. Force him to type his mana on his turn. Get a weird deck going on here. It's like... it's just mid-range. It's blue-white mid-range. Is all it is. It's going to take something special here, though. Damnation's not the ideal top deck, obviously. We don't have card draw in the graveyard, so... Okay, we'll cast another threat out. And I think here, we'll just disfigure this thing. It's fine. Well, this is lethal on board. If he has 2 creature kill spells, he gets us. What else gets us? Comeuppance. Comeuppance gets our creatures. It gets everything but Courser. We're going to run this, and if he has the 2 removal spells, we'll still win on the following turn, I think. And Thoughtseize will shore that up, especially with the additional land. So he has to have... He has 1... Okay. Alright. Yep, he just takes it. Like, I was not going to throw my man lands out there in case he just had something random that could just beat us. Massacre seems pretty good here, actually. Virtue's Ruin, not as much. Blue-white. Dispel, meh. Deathmark, destroy target green or white creature. Do we see a lot of white creatures? We saw a few. Dark Blast seems okay. Actually, I think I like Bob in this matchup, too. What do I think of Bob? A little more tempo? Well, how about these two? These two seem good. Do I need Thragtusk? Probably not. Let's cut the Pernicious Deed. Maybe Blasphemy. Gets Planeswalkers. And maybe the Stifle. Stifle is... White... His deck doesn't seem tricky. Now, I normally use Stifle in, like, against the tricky decks. The decks that need a lot of their triggered and activated abilities to have up impacts on the board. Plus, Stifle is just a sneaky card. Like, I love that card because of how sneaky it is. It's just like, gotcha. And if you play it well, it just it can just turn some games. I guess it gets a random fetch land, but his is a dual colored deck, or just a 2-color deck. I think we can beat that. Dark Blast is interesting. I have to see more like 1 toughness creatures. I don't generally like having to draw it. I don't like having to play it during the upkeep to draw it and then do the -2/-2 trick with it because it's just like card disadvantage. It can get rid of some things randomly very well. Virtue's Ruin was also an interesting consideration, but I don't think it's good enough here. I saw mostly blue critters. I saw some white, but I like Massacre better for that effect because they were generally smaller creatures. Other than like the Worm Coil, his creatures are small. Obviously, the Massacre gets a lot of them that we saw. Outside of like something random like a Worm Coil. Worm Coil just like... I don't know, Worm Coil is a great card. I mean, that's a stupid thing to say, I got it. But it's just a monster. That's the kind of card that we want to take, but we don't have, like, Treachery in this deck. Maybe we should. Maybe, like, Treachery and Control Magic effects are good. Maybe they'd be good board options, actually. Like, I kind of like the Sower for, like, the mono-green matchup, because, like, what are they going to do against it? Arbor of Dryads it? Beast Within it? There's not much. I guess Ulvenwald Tracker fight it. Alright, he's first this time, so we'll keep this. Go ahead. We'll play our Breeding Pool on first. True Name is strong, generally. Maelstrom Pulse is good. What we're hoping not to see is like a Mother of Runes. We didn't see that first turn, though, so you have to draw at the top, which is a lot less likely. Mother of Runes. Land tax, cool. Do we care? Yeah, we don't want to. We're not gonna play around it. He'll get 1 draw off it and discard some lands, and then we'll Maelstrom Pulse it. Oop. We shall definitely Maelstrom Pulse that, unless we get like I'm glad to see ML plays land tax. That card is so great. A couple players doubt it. Like Michelle Wong was kind of doubting that card's power. That card is powerful. And actually, I like it in a 2-color deck too because it does fix your mana randomly. But he is on 10 cards. It's a lot of cards. It's a lot of land. It's a lot of cards you have to discard. 2 cards. Really, he probably could have just drawn 1, but you know, He may not want to draw more lands. He may have a very landed hand. Here, do we think he has counter magic? Probably. That helps everything, though. He discarded 2 lands. Okay. He'll probably counter this. What do we pitch? Against his deck? No, he just lets it happen. Okay. I don't care if he kills this. That's why I have 6'd. We may Force of Will something here. We'll see. We have Jace to get back up on cards. What's our worst card? I tend to think Remand. Remand or Brainstorm. Well, with Force of Will backup, this feels pretty much impossible to beat. And I think we draw. Cool, cool. Well, all of these lands come into play tapped. Even Mind Sensor is something that I don't want to F6 because, or I don't want to F6 for. I guess last turn we could have tried to play around Containment Priest, but we're not like really reanimating. Exile? Yeah. You got it. I don't care about that thing that much. I'm not going to Force a Will in Exile on something that gains him a life and destroys my 1/1 Death Touch flyer. Yeah, that I do care about, though. That's a no to the go. Get dazed. Nope. I want an untapped land here. Ideally, an untapped fetch land would be the best. If I can't get one, then I think what I do is this. I'll just play this out. I'm going to put that this land on the bottom. Wait. And we'll play this little guy out. And we will leave up the Remand. And then we should be looking at fresh cards next turn. Which is cool. That's fine. He gets our black, more than likely. And I'm fine with that. Getting my black mana is fine. I have more. Okay, I'll tap it. Probably should go to second main. Play around the 3 mana counter spell. Okay, you're done? Okay. What we got here? Yeah, we'll remand that just to see what's on top of our deck. Well, I think we know our top card's like a swamp, yeah. And now we have fresh cards. That's not bad. Let's draw. Fetch land? Fetch land? No. But, what do I want the least? These. I don't want Force of Will every turn. Keep remanding that card in there. No, we don't, because we want to activate this thing. Maelstrom Pulse is more powerful in the dark. And we do not attack here. We're going to dump these lands on the bottom. This is actually a powerful combo with Jace. It's kind of weird not to go aggro with, like, the True Name, but, like, that thing get killed by a lot of white cards. He's playing, like, some exiling effects for, like, attackers, blockers. I would be surprised if he, like, plays the untargetable, or the untargeting ones that could just randomly get True Name, or, like, a Wrath. Bygone, I think, is fine, but let's look at our cards first. Tasker's so strong. We're going to get the Maelstrom Pulse back, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Maelstrom Pulse, cool. That is good. And now we can, like, really use Jace plus Tassiger just to, like, manipulate so hard our top deck. We can just get rid of so many lands that we don't want at this point in the game. Because we're on good mana right now. We have to think if we want the Creeping Tar Pit, though. I think that card can just randomly win games. Golgari Charm is interesting. I think we Jace here. Okay, we don't want... Well, this is interesting with... How far away from me doubling this? Alright, we're not that close. Well, wait. If we had 3 mana this turn, I think what we do, this is weird, but I think what we do is we do this. Let's get these off the top of our deck and then we'll shuffle. Which is weird. I just don't want to hit those darn things right now. I want them out of my deck. If he counters this, okay. The hand is pure gas right now. He's going to counter. That's fine. That's okay. Hindering light? Okay. Well, that's like the worst way it could get countered, but that's alright. We will attack. Can't block that thing. Corehaven stops the Tasigur. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Planeswalker this turn or 2 creatures with some clue making. What do we have here? Or he could just take our... Alright, Brema is interesting. I'll find a way to deal with this, though. This is all kind of just nonsense, I think. He's got a counter spell of some sort, obviously. We can Inquisition that out of his hand, though. Jace gets attacked. That's cool. That is very strong. We'll draw. Those are not good cards. So we're going to brainstorm at this point. And what we're kind of looking for is... Well, these will all work. We have the flies, though. So shuffle a green card. How many green flyers? This is going back. Well, you know what? How about this and this? And then what we'll do is we will play this thing out. Gonna counter it. Yeah. Not feeling it, man. Not feeling it. Okie doke. Jace lives. Just in case we draw Goyf. Which card don't we want back? Probably Pierce. And then I think we look in his hand. Gainsay and Sphinx. Okie doke. So he has the mana for Sphinx. He can play it. Well, that definitely would have made the Leovold play that I was thinking I wanted to do a lot better. But it'll likely resolve next turn, so let's attack in. Deal him 5. It's a lot of damage. Can stop any 2s that he does. And we have Green Sun Zenith for Infinite next turn. This deck, I do not believe, runs Primeval Titan. I think this is a mid-range deck. Primeval Titan is kind of a ramp target, in my opinion. So we're still on this... we just played a game of Tribal that we did not record. Let me pull the deck up real fast. He may or may not block that to get the 1/1. It's kind of speculative, in my opinion, though. Can't kill it. Actually, yeah, our highest green drop is Thragtusk. We will definitely... he'll play out the... he'll definitely play out the... what's it called? The silly Sphinx here. That's okay. So he has a clue. He can't crack the clue this turn. He'll play the Sphinx out. And what we'll end up doing... Alright, yeah, that's cool. That is fine. So he'll get a lot of cards off of this. He'll probably attack in to force us to put the birds in front of his bygone bishop. It's fine. Okay, he'll get 2 out of this. It's fine. That is A-okay. So, what we do here is this, I believe. For 1 mana. And we will get the leveled. We'll put these 2 on top. He can draw the cards he wants to try to draw, but he cannot. So, Consecrated Sphinx is not going to work around Leovold. And what we'll do is this. We'll go ahead and look inside his hand. See what he's got here. Gainsay is gone. Bribery is interesting. What does he bribe out of us? Do we care if he Supreme Verdicts? Not in particular. What do we care if he bribes, though? Do we care if he bribes? Not really. Yeah. So. If we attack him with the Gurmag, it's a 6/6. He can't block profitably. Okay. Got it. He'll kill the Jace this next turn, but I think we have lethal on Crackback if he tries to kill it. Okay. And actually, the cool thing is... do we commit more to the board? He's on 1 random plus bribery. Yeah, I think we do. What does he get with it, though? Yeah, I think we do. This is just like a good finisher. I think this will finish the game out. It like forces him to stay back. Like, if he attacks him with Sphinx, I mean, he's going to knock our Jace out with the Bygone Bishop. But we have Tombstalker next turn, which is very easily castable. He's tapping down on his lands, which, okay, Moat, cool. That's actually a phenomenal draw, and it may have just beaten us. But, alright, so you attack in with your both. Oh, but wait, no. The thing is, so he's attacking both at Jace. Okay, that's wrong, but I'm tapped out. I don't think I can really do anything about it. Yeah, you can't draw any more cards. Oh, you can draw 1 this turn. So, let us do this and win the game. We shall Maelstrom Pulse, the Moat. Do you have a 2-mana counterspell, sir? Okay, Maelstrom Pulse. Yep. Okay. You can't draw another card. Not possible. You can draw the 1 off the Sphinx. That's it. Okay, black, green, and we'll do black. This plays around Pierce. He just conceded. Okay, so we managed to get that one. Let's see if... oh, wait, no, maybe not. I thought he had. Moat is gone, and that should be lethal attacks. We have a Spell Pierce for anything random. Okay. Okay, so we managed to get him that game. This deck is fun. This deck is a lot of fun. Let's see if he feels like playing another. We've already played 2 games this season. We've been chatting for a long while about Cube. Cool. So, what deck do we feel like? Challenge player. Let us see. Grixis Reanimator. That deck sounds interesting. Boarhost Wildfire. Kind of like a Lurin Elf Ball. Let's do this. I just like this deck. This deck's fun. And when it works, I mean, like I think I may have told you guys in another video I had done this. Like this deck can it is a combo elves deck. Because it's 100 card singleton, it's required to use some suboptimals to make that work. It uses the most optimal cards that are used in elves as well, but it uses some suboptimals. And one of those combos is like Clouds Curio Lurin, which like you can randomly do 32 million damage with a Crater Hoof recursion, bouncing it back and forth, drawing through the whole deck, using a Concordant Crossroads to give everything haste. It's ridiculous. If the deck works like that, which I've gotten to work like that 2 or 3 times, it's pretty good. This isn't keepable. This is keepable. Barely. Genesis Wave. I was just ragging that card in the cube. We gotta draw lands to make this good. We're gonna keep it. Hopefully we have a land on top. That would be the best. Because we eventually want to get to Oracle Moldiah, and then we either need to grow our elves with like an Elvish Lord, or we need to start cheating ridiculous stuff into play, rather. Genesis Wave is kind of embarrassing in this hand. Oh no. That stinks. It stinks to win that way. I have no clue what I'm playing against. Probably like mono planeswalker.deck. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I hate winning that way. Like, I don't like winning the mana. Like, I don't like. All right, well, sometimes I talk a little crap. I know, like the one night the opponent kept the greedy keep and had like 2 mountains and couldn't cast anything in the cube. We were like, yes. That's because, like, I don't know. You always want your decks to win, you know. And yeah. Oh, he's talking about prime theory. So randomly enough, this is like a weird, like, All right, so I'll be the first to admit I have absolutely no clue what the algorithm is for the random probability generator of the shuffler. Um, you would think it would be that hard to write a code that like adequately does that, but like I don't believe that the MTGO shuffler is the most optimized randomizer. And like I think you can see that like go to there are some things that have made me think that. And I don't this is like empirical and not like in any way backed up by other than like just some observations. It is very common that I will see shuffle effects leave the same card on the top of a deck. Um, Honestly, far more common than I would expect to have observed it. I've never recorded these observations to see how many times I've seen it, but it happens very often. Like it actually happened to us last night. We had a shuffle or a couple days ago. We were on our green-blue Planeswalker deck, and like given we had like an 11-card library, and we had like the same card show up. This is a great hand. This hand is a bomb. Now, depends on what he's playing. He could just like burn off our Joraga turn 1 and we just lose. If he's got like mono burn, we're gonna lose. I mean, like that's kind of like what you go into this deck knowing is if the opponent's playing like mono burn or like whatever or like mono like sweepers, we're gonna die. But like the randomizer, I don't think's optimum. And 2 lands, unbelievable. Well. Two lands shouldn't be that bad. It just depends how you build your decks. And that's one thing, ML, like, I don't know if you watch all these videos, like, that's one thing I would say is, like, your decks, you tend towards greed. Like, you have a Timmy. You are a Timmy at heart. Like, I don't know you that well, man, but I will almost promise you are a Timmy at heart because, I'm going to keep this, because I see the cards you play sometimes, and, like, you're a dreamer with your cards. All right, I like to see that. It means we're in a creature matchup, which is cool. Like, I think I can go bigger. And if you're playing like elves or mono green, it shouldn't be like a 42 land deck. He may have chosen a different deck. I don't know. But at least playable. I mean, of course, the real average. Yeah, I got you, man. If 40%, yeah, yep. This is a 28 land deck, which is obviously not a prime number. If he's on a 42 lander, he got down to 41. I believe that is prime. Yeah. I know that sounds weird, and it sounds like some superstitious bullcrap, but I actually have talked to a guy about this. Because my education background is actually in physics and nuclear engineering, so like I don't do that now. I'm actually a professional soldier, but I tend to like that kind of stuff. I like figuring out how things work. And he did explain to me some stuff, and I won't claim to remember all of it because it was many years ago, and it was on the old version of this. But I did find that it empirically worked at the time. I tested it out, and like I just found that it helped me to get better land pulls. Yeah. I'm not going to claim to know off the top of my head all the first. I mean, I'm pretty almost positive it is, but there's some like random ones like 57 and 51 that I believe are 53 that are not prime. 41, all right. Yeah, 41's prime. Cool. This is not a deck that appears... Well, I guess it's Wall of Roots, but I see like Orin... Like, this is an Elves card, almost, in my opinion. Well, we're going ham soon, guys. Whenever you cast a creature spell. Yikes. Does playing Dryad Arbor count as casting? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know if we're going to find out yet. We really want Gaia's Cradle to go off with Glimpse. Glimpse is so cool, though. I don't think it's perfect in this deck, but it could just like randomly like redraw you a hand after a Wrath, which is like kind of why it's in here. And if you do get to the big mana portion of the deck and like just, you know, get to do it, it works very well. Oftentimes I find I just used to draw like 4 or 5 cards. Because you obviously can't get like a dual Glimpse hand. We're going to see a 3-mana spell, Kitchen Finks or something. That's cool. Now we have to worry about Nykthos. We do run 1 Wasteland here. There's no Tech Edge in this deck because it's a 28-land deck, and obviously like wasting 1 mana. All right, Deathmatch Raptor, that's fine. I don't attack until I need to. Dark Depths is spooky. All right, are we doing this? Yeah, let's do it. Glimpse of Nature, sir. Let's go ham. Gaia's Cradle is obviously the best draw. This is a scary card. I mean, like, I don't think it's going to be that great here. I think it's just going to cycle a couple of my cards and lose itself. This is a scary card, though. Gaia's Cradle makes it like the bomb. Okie doke. Yeah, Nettle Sentinel kind of brought me over the top. Because if I like random into the combo piece with Nettle Sentinel with a Wirewood Hive Master in play, I feel like this could get there. But it may just cycle itself too, and that's fine. Like, he's got a Dark Depths and a Nykthos in play. Nykthos is not netting mana yet. Dark Depths is a terrible play for a land drop without the combo piece. Okay, land. We're going to wait to play that. Wirewood? Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Let's see what happens. Yes. This is so much value, guys. Yeah. Well, that may be just what we do. Yeah. I don't want to play... do I want to play around getting mised by a random... Yeah, I do. Let's do this. Let's pass it back. We're spewing a lot of value here, but that's alright. We got an Azuri. Can make a boat of mana. Like, if he just randomly plays, like, the Thespian stage, I don't want to get mised by it. It's just so terrible. He's got to use the wall to make the 3 mana off this. I may just kill the Nykthos at the end of the turn. He could also play around the Thespian or the Wasteland. The Wasteland was kind of nice there. I mean, the Darkness is so bad here, but if he has randomly the Thespian stage, we just lose. You know, because we can't block a flyer, ever. Like, this deck has 0 flyers. Just 0 of them. No way to remove a 20/20 Indestructible. Not at all. It just outraces them. Is he going to make 3 mana here? Or is he going to cast another creature? I may just get Nykthos, though. That's a cool card. Okay, yeah, we're going to blow up. He's going to put the counters on. It's fine. I can block forever. Like, just infinitely. He's not attacking in, which is smart. Yeah, we're going to get this. We'll get that, brother ML. Because it's going to start making a lot of mana, and if he has it, he has it. Well, so punished, guys. So punished. Oh my goodness, so punished. How much does that hurt? If you're not tracking, that's the other combo piece I needed to go off with the Nettle Sentinel. I don't know if I quite could. I mean, I could have gone a lot further than I did. Yeah. So this is probably good. Yeah, sure. Now, unfortunately, this is not Lynn, whatever her name is, the one that makes elves as opposed to insects. She's a 3/3 but 4 mana. She's definitely the better one. So here's what we'll do. We'll tap her. Okie doke. Now this only works on elves. Yep. Okie doke. Yes. Do we win next turn? Probably. Probably true statement. We're not going to play that thing out. We'll leave up regeneration mana, but this should be a good game. We've got the mana. Remember, the 1/1 insects do not get pumped by this. If we do like random into a Crater Hoof, we win too. But I think Azuri should be good enough. Now, if he has, well, he's on green though. Yeah, okay. We're both on like mono green decks, and I kind of like elves match up against mono green mid range. I think it's just faster. Do we want any of our board? Probably not. I think this deck is actually very good against this deck. And like randomly, Gaia's Revenge can randomly be gotten by his spells if he has like, I don't know, Song of the Dryads, Beast Within, Wolvenwald Tracker, any fight card. Yep, run it back. Deck's great. 28 lander. Oh, but this deck's sweet. Like, being able to play 28 lands in this format is awesome. Like, most decks are like 34 and up lands. 33 is probably the least I've seen. Well, correction. The second least that I have is my Storm build, but that uses like a billion cantrips and runs like 31 lands, I want to say. That's actually, I guess that's Prime Theory too. That deck runs pretty well. Pretty well for like, if you looked at it, you would not think it runs as well as it does. It runs okay. There are some decks just beat it. Like, I counter spells .deck probably will beat it. I discard cards .deck probably beats it. Most other things, not so much. Well, red deck wins can get it too because it's just fast. Like, anything that wins within like 4 turns, you know, can fish within 4 turns realistically, or like, you know, habitually, will probably end up getting it. Yeah, but our board is really meant to beat control. One interesting thing would be like a black, like green-black elves. The reason we went with blue is because the Coiling Oracle is like... So we built this deck mostly because we wanted to play Alurin. So I tried to figure out what deck could I make that Alurin was good in. This is the one I came up with. So like the reason we play the blue is 1 for the Edric, which is just great when you have this many mana dorks. And 2, the Coiling Oracle, which is an infinite combo in this deck. Yeah, we'll keep this. What do we want to do here? We want to Mize land off the top, is what we want to do. And then we may want... Now, one of Mize land off the top, play the Boreal Druid. Alright, he's red 2. Okay. Land is best draw. That is not best draw, but it's okay. Come on. And we may, randomly enough, just Worldly Tutor for the Dryad Arbor, but the red mana scares me. Like, if we get Pyroclasmed, we're going to lose. Naya? Okay, so he had a bad mana draw. We're just going to draw here. Not good. So I think we do this. Gosh, if we could just get one land. Oh, you know what? No. I know what to do. I know what to do here. We're going to get the Sylvan Ranger. That's our best draw. If he burns this thing, it stinks. Okay, cool. Thank goodness. Just sack that thing. Don't burn my creatures off, please. That's not good. If we get Clasmed here, it's bad. We're going to wait till end step. We don't want him to burn the Boreal Druid off. It's so bad. Don't burn my Boreal Druid off, please. Sylvan Ranger works here. I mean, it stinks to have to use this card for this effect. Sylvan Ranger. Is that you right there? Yes. That's a land drop. Cool. He wasn't sneaky on us. We could also randomly play the Taunting Elf, which is like, I don't know. It could be randomly good. Now, keep in mind, Edric is going to be pretty stellar next turn. We'll only be able to draw one card, but he may burn all our stuff off too. Who knows? I don't think the play is the Elvish Archdruid. We'll see what he plays. As cool as that sounds, because I mean that's a Primeval Titan. Heart of the Defense, or Defense of the Heart. Okay, well that's probably going to win him the game. Well, we probably need to go big now. That probably means Primeval Titan and some other random junk. Or... Alright, here's the win more play. We're going to play this thing out. That card's just going to beat us. I know we're spewing value with the Edric, but here's what we're going to do. Oh, crap, I just forgot to attack with the Taunting Elf. Okay, he gets that, which is fine. Yeah, I forgot the thing pumps our elves. I'm just looking at mana. We need mana here, because what we're going to try to do is Eternal Witness back the Worldly Tutor, cast it upon his end step, Mise into a land this next turn, and then cast a Crater Hoof and win. Is that doable? We'll see. That's big. Those are very, very big. But he's going to get a million 4/4s. This is terrible. Don't get me wrong. This is very bad. But if he can't kill us on the following turn, I think we can win. It's going to be tight. We're going to have to play real tight here. This is interesting, too, because Return to Forest, untap target creature. Okay, so he can regenerate. Where is his... Okay, he gets regeneration. That's a weird play. I think you just to shore this up. I mean, this is already a pretty unassailable position for like mono 0/1s and 1/1s and 2/2s. But I mean, obviously the best draw in the deck is Gaia's Cradle. I think if we draw Gaia's Cradle, we can just win this turn. Very close to it. Actually, can we do it all of it next turn? Okay, there's that. So you have a 20/20 randomly. Can we gain life? Gaia's Cradle? No. Huh. Well, wait. Are we just dead here? Not quite. So we haven't played a land this turn. So we can do... How's this card read again? Return a force you control untapped creature. Okie doke. So... So the Sylvan Scrib can block... But I want the Taunting Elf for next turn. So he only has one with Trample. Can he kill me next turn? Yeah, he gives the silly 20/20 Trample. But wait. I think I can block the rest. Let's see if he sees it. Let's force him to see it. Well, Crater Hoof. Can we... So we take 19 off of the Dark Depths, down to 1. Let's see if he sees it. 6. Block all those. How do I do 6 on that? Alright. Here's what we gotta do, guys. I don't like it. Yep, you're gonna Thespian stage. Oh, but wait, he can just... Let's see if he sees it. He probably does. Does he see it? He may say no respect. If he wolf runs that thing... Alright, let's see if he sees it. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. Okie doke. Yep. We'll definitely throw our... So let's do this. I'm hoping ML doesn't see this. I'm really hoping he doesn't see it. If he does, he does. We're going to block the prime time and hope he regenerates it with the... Let's see if he sees it. Does he see it? Probably. Probably sees it. Yeah, he sees it. Okay. Okay. Concede. That gets us. That gets us. He was very close to dead, though. Defense of the Heart seemed pretty good there. Do you want a Crozen Grip or a random Reverent Silence? That seems so bad. They're so specific to that card. I mean, it's very good there, but we have Answer's main deck. We've got, like, the Scrap... Wow, the Scrapper's Artifacts. We have, like, the, where's it at? The Reclamation Sage, that junk. You know, I just got us there. I think we had that game if he didn't have that card, though. We can't play this hand, Mull. This hand is very, very speculative. Keep. Oh, my goodness. Alright, we're going to bottom that. Stinks. Elf. So, the reason we kept this hand is because, one, we had already gone to 6, and 2, and, like, it's a 28-land deck. So, it does not mull well down to 5. And 2, like, with only 28 lands, like, you know, the speculative part is we're just going to draw gas. And we'll see. You can also just randomly gain a bunch of life. But this is going to be a slow draw, I think. Alright, well, we draw our insects. Come on, Moto. Going slow. Going slow. Alright, we're going to play this out. And Cloudstone can be randomly good because, I mean, we can, like, bounce our ETB elves, like our mana fetching elves, out of the deck, plus Cavern fixes for our 2 blue cards in the deck. Our 2 blue creatures in the deck. We don't have any other blue cards, just blue creatures, 2 of them. The Coiling Oracle and the Edric. Edric would be a good top deck as well. Draw us into gas. Natural Order would be good. What else would be good here? See what he plays. Probably going to burn all this stuff off, which is fine. We threw the Gaia's Cradle on the bottom of the deck. This deck does not run a ton of ways to shuffle. It has some fetch lands. Yeah, I don't like where we're at. Yeah, Pyroclasm. I figured he had that in the board. That's fine. I mean, it's obviously not good here, but I mean, like, those cards are not really doing anything with the rest of our hand. And I mean, I feel like this deck's very powerful, so, like, we're a top deck away. I mean, we could very well miss, too. We could just draw, like, the Elvish Scrappers of the world for the rest of the game. But, I mean, even those cards, like, if you draw the right Lords along with them, can tend to win. Crop Rotation is good. And I think... Well, here, let's do this. I think here what the play is, because we're just playing for gas right now, we have enough mana to cast everything outside of, like, Primeval Titan in the deck. I don't believe we run an Ancient Tomb. So we're not going to cast that card anyways. Yes, let's Wasteland him. We'll Wasteland the Myriad Landscape to keep him off getting big mana, because he looks like he's a big mana deck. I kind of like this play. It's a little more speculative. I mean, if he just randomly has his combo, then cool. Do I want to bounce a land? I already played a land this turn, so no. Okay. I don't need to reset my Cavern. No. We'll blow that up, and then pass it. And hopefully he's off mana. He may burn our elf off. That's fine, though. We'll attack in. You can burn it off if you want, man. 3 mana's not a bad place for this deck. I just got to get the cards right now. What else would be good here? Kitchen Finks. That card's meh. Okay. I'm not playing around counter magic, obviously. It's a pain in the butt to tap that. Do I want to use... No, I don't at this point. That card's not a Lord, but it can randomly, like, get there. He may just burn all our stuff off again, but he did use his Pyroclasm effect very early. Although I think the Wirewood Symbiote's dangerous card. Essence Warden is not. Basically like a Planeswalker or an Obstinate Baloth here. Or another, like, burn, like a ramp, like a Fire Spout, who knows. Let's see. Hopefully it's a random creature. Not a... Is this a beast card? That's +1/+1 trample. Okay. It's a stompy card. Okay, Rolling Earthquake. Fine. Harbor Dryad. Cool. Nope. Don't care. Nope. Go ahead. What is he on? So he kept a very hateful hand. our hand was very weird. So, like, those cards getting burned off is fine. Still, like, one top deck away. Like, Natural Order into prime time is game, I think. Because what does red-green do against a 6/6? I'll block it, beat it in combat. That's about it. It's about it. Yeah, prime time getting Deserted Temple, Gaia's Cradle, even though neither are good right now, just ups our top decks a lot, because we've already got a lot of the lands out of the deck. 5 lands out of a... that card is meh right now. You could like randomly give a +1/+1, I guess. That's not good for us. That's actually very, very bad for us. I wonder if he starts all these cards. Like, I highly doubt he starts most of these. And actually, these cards don't seem good in this deck. Like, running Rolling Earthquake and Pyroclasm in like a deck that runs Ulvenwald Tracker and Deathrite Shaman seems kind of mad to me. Okay, well, we still got land. We'll bounce our Dryad Arbor back so you can't fight it. Yes, I do. Get back in there, Dryad Arbor. We'll play you if we get a Natural Order. So that's a Cloudstone trick, obviously. We don't want to lose it to the Ulvenwald Tracker. He can attack in for his 3, or attack in for 2, and then actually his Deathrite Shaman does nothing here. He looks like he's going to pump with the Scrag, the Rage Pits. Cool. Cool, cool. This is a slow clock, though. Well, no. The mono lands draw. This is funny. It's kind of hard to flood in a 28 land deck, but we are managing to do it like champs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And wow, that's high variance, actually. That's extremely high variance. Domi Rod. Okay, that's slow at least. Can fight our stuff. He has a lot of fight stuff. That card does make sense. Well, I don't know. Master of the Wild Hunt. Well, we're probably losing this game. What is our draw? Natural Order into Primeval Titan. That's about it. And that card probably even beats us still. Okay, make some mana. You're going to play your silly thing. Alluring could still give us a way to combo out infinitely. Because his stuff is like mono fair. He's playing mono fair cards. They're just randomly really good here. Like, you know, a fighter against elves is bad. Scrib Ranger is mildly interesting, but that's about all it is. We're probably just going to get beat to death here. We got to draw. I mean, we have not been drawing well to this point. Yeah, randomly, I mean, like we could make elves into a storm deck too. That probably blows up the Cloudstone Curio, be my guess. You get an emblem with like, yeah, I can't win. Okay. See, this is why I don't like cards like Domri. Like, Domri can, like, just totally... If he's in the right deck, he probably won't miss. The fight ability is, like, randomly good against some decks, but it's, like, dead against others. In the -7, if you're doing that, you're already winning. Like, Cloudstone Curio is the right card to hit. We'll see what he does. Okay, he hits it. I don't have any flash artifacts. Alright, beat down on us. Actually, we screwed that up. We should have flashed in the Scrib Ranger and probably blocked. One, two, three. Well, this is actually quite high variance, actually. So we had the Wasteland, 1, 2. Nine of 28 lands in 84, or in the first 16. Yeah, it's really high. Well, we're going to lose here, guys. We just lost, actually. It's 5. Probably lost here. That's 5. Yeah, we're dead. The Scrag Rage Pits, I think, beats us here. We could, like, flash in the Scrib Ranger to block it. Block one of them. Ulvenwald Hydra. That's just big. So Scrag Rage Pits gives trample, right? So this is 4. So 7, 8. Well, we got to flash this thing in to stay alive. So we will block the Ulvenwald Tracker. He'll probably pump it with the Scrag, which is, meh, it's fine. Okay. But that's still one short, I believe, unless I miscounted. Which, if I did... Yeah, we're down to one. That should be game. It'd be pretty funny if we drew one more land. Can he burn us out? No, okay. Wall Roots is fine. Well, we're dead. So, this was a very interesting draw. 1, 2. Yeah, 9 lands. So 9 is, we're 28 lands. It's essentially a third of our lands. Which we shouldn't really hit this many lands till like 66 cards deep. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that happens, I guess. Alright, let's concede. That's rough beats. I don't know if we could have beaten that anyways, though, to be honest. Because the Master of the Wild Hunt, the Domri Rod, and the Ulvenwald Tracker are pretty good against us. Let's see what we got. Well-Wisher does nothing. Forest. Fierce Empath does something. Yes, this deck has a lot of ways of tutoring. So, I mean, that keep was definitely speculative. But I think it was right. When you challenge me, I tried to challenge you, but this deck is not available. Cool, man. What do we feel like playing next? What do you guys think? I might go use the bathroom for a second, put on a pause. Let's see Aristocrats deck. I didn't finish building this deck. This is like a half-built deck. It's very full of suboptimals right now. Yeah, I don't know where to play that. That requires a lot more tuning. The deck is kind of cool, though. I think it can be good. The Moderate Storm. This deck cracks me up. I'm not going to play that right now. Doomsday. Speaking of which, they just put new art on this. It's pretty cool art, actually. I think it's pretty. Yeah. I don't know. It's not as cool as the original art, but it's pretty cool. Actually, the Candelabra art, the new Candelabra art's nice. That's actually lovely art. I like whoever did this. Was it Clint Clearly? They did a nice job on that. This one's a little cheesier. It's a little more cartoony art than the old Doomsday. The old Doomsday is I don't know. That's actually my second favorite card next to Necropones. Any card that requires extreme skill not to get yourself killed playing, I enjoy, because it's just for me, like, it's a defining card of this kind of game, because you know, you're putting a lot of skill into one single play, and also hoping, also skill into playing around certain cards, but there's also an element to luck with it too, and it's kind of cool. What do we feel like? Let's Suicide Black. We'll play that. What does this deck have in it? This is an old deck. Black Vice. Yeah, it does have Kalidas, and Gary has Great Merchant in it. Yeah, we may play that. We play this. And Scrap Heat. Actually, I updated this recently. It looks like I did go through this deck and update a few things. So Scrap Heat's a new card. I guess Kalidas is relatively new too. Not that old. What are we thinking? We can just do Gruul. Gruul beats. This deck is beastly. Yeah, maybe we'll just run this. Got a Dwarven Miner main. It's gotta be good, right? Alright. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break, guys. Put on a pause. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's look around. Maybe Grixis Reanimator? Let's check that one out too. I haven't looked at that deck in a long time. Bandit Keith. Oh, he went home. Okie doke. Or Grixis Control. Let's take a look at this deck. This deck is so cool. Plays Ugin. Oh. Hey, you know, we're going to play him with this one. I just love Grixis colors. They make me happy. The games are generally fun, long, interactive. The board looks pretty well built to beat a lot of different matchups, including red deck wins, and Snaring Bridge is good against them. Although, how many artifacts does this deck run? Not that many. What I'm thinking through is could I play... So the Storm, the moderate Storm deck, the board plan in that is Madcap Experiments plus Platinum Empyrean. Which means that you have to remove like your Pentad Prism, your Baleful Strix, your Candelabra, and your 0 mana artifacts. You remove all those, and what the play is you put this in, and this goes through until it hits this thing. Puts this thing into play, but you take no damage off of this. So this card does, it reveals cards off the top of your library until you reveal an artifact card. Okay, he's ready. Because Platinum Empyrean deals you 0 damage. If you've seen the combo, you already know what it is, but I'm just explaining for everyone else. It essentially does no damage to you and puts whatever single artifact you have in your deck in there, which we only want one. We're playing that. Alright, ML Berlin. Challenge player. We're going to do Grixis, though. I haven't played that deck in a while. It has not done well for me historically. And it may just be that it's just too slow a deck. I don't know. But it is awfully fun. And it's like a true Grixis control. It's not like Grixis mid-range. I think Dot's Grixis deck is better than this one, but it's definitely more Grixis mid-range. I would say it's much less control. You know, it's able to play a bit of both because he uses mostly Delve cards in it, which I do like. I think it's a very smart tactic. But then again, like I said, this is just, it's more of a casual deck. This deck is. It is not done so hot for me. It just loses so hard to some things. Like, red deck wins just tends to beat this deck up. In the control mirror, like I tend to think I can play decently enough that I can make this deck win. In the mid-range match, I feel like I can generally win that too. Unless they have like some absurd anti-control draw, like, you know, Sylvan Libraries tend to beat it. Yep. Yeah, we'll keep it. It's close enough. Got a mana leak. We're on the play, so it'll be up. Pie the Needle can be like... Pie the Needle is like one of those cards that, like... It's not one you want to really have in your opening hand. Like, you'd rather have a Trinket Mage and have the ability to go find that or something else. Okay. So we're hoping for a land next turn. I don't think he'll have a relevant turn 2 threat, though. Yeah, I didn't think he should have a relevant turn 2. This feels like the Planeswalker deck he runs. Well, that's not good. We miss. Pass it. If this is a Planeswalker deck, Ashiok is not going to be as good, I don't think. If he plays any creatures at all, it can be very good. Well, this stinks. Yeah, no, we're just going to ditch a card. We'll ditch the Firebolt. It's fine. Actually, Damnation could have been right, too. Well, if we miss on lands forever, that's what this deck tends to do. Even though I think it's like a 39 land deck, which is a decent number, it's the right number for this deck. It just loves to miss. I don't know why. Yeah. It's just his modus operandi. For some reason, this deck always misses on me. It either draws all lands or no lands. It's really weird. We're definitely favored to hit one in those couple draws. Well, Mana Leak is 5 mana Planeswalker. So I'm guessing it is. But, you know, the good news is Pithing Needle is like randomly okay. Cool. Well, I think at this point we pass it back. I think we need to wait for him to tap out for something, and then we need to counter it and then play the Ashiok in response. And then Pie the Needle is next play, and like set up some sort of Goblin Dark Dweller's turn. I don't know. The Wraths are probably bad against this deck, though. This is the Planeswalker deck. He loves this deck. We're going to discard again. It's going to be the Vidalcan Shackles, I think. Yeah. Not that I think Ashiok is great here, but I mean, if we went to a really long game, I could just mill him out. It's going to take forever. But when someone's like on 5 lands and has played nothing against an opponent who's obviously been mana screwed, they obviously have like expensive cards in hand. But we do have some good comeback from behind potential with this deck. I mean, we do have an Ugin, which tends to break the mirror of the Planeswalker match if it comes down last. Well, he can almost hard cast a Progenitus. Okay. If we get Vindicated on our land, that's going to be not good. Okay. Gideon. That's cool. Make your 2/2. I will Pithing Needle this. Okay. Play the Engineered Explosives out for a 0. Gideon, ally of Zendikar. Okay. Okay. Colgan's Command, probably. Anguished Unmaking. No, sir. Now the hope is he's probably going to play another Planeswalker. The hope really is here is that he doesn't have another like a Maelstrom Pulse to deal with our Pithing Needle. So we're not in a good way. He'll probably have another Planeswalker though, be my guess. Yeah, and that one's okay. Like that one's going to draw him a lot of cards, but like, what's he going to steal? Our Pithing Needle? That's no good. Our Engineered Explosives, not really good. Maelstrom Pulse is bad. Yeah, okay. That's kind of... That thing's still 4 mana. How do we get that thing? We don't. Okay. Well, if we don't ever draw lands, then we just lose. But, yeah. We'll see what we draw this next turn. If we don't draw lands, we're going to lose. I mean, that's the rub. I'm trying to think if we run Moon in the board of this deck. That's randomly okay. Yeah, blue-black. And I think we will. He'd probably steal this. We'll tag this thing just to save the life. He may steal it with his DAC. That's fine. I mean... Huh. I'll block. I mean, can only afford to take 6. He obviously wants the DAC for more gas or something. I don't see how we come back from this, though. This deck probably can't come back from, like, probably 3 to 4 resolve Planeswalkers, which is my guess at what we're going to see. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's cool. It's gonna make a bunch of 1/1s we can kill at least, which is cool. Can we win this? No, not really. I mean, Ugin, but I mean, we're too many turns out. Karn doesn't do it. Wish he'd give me the cards. That'd be nice. It'd be a lot nicer, ML, if he gave me some cards. Oh, your land Your land flooded right now. All right, that's probably game, guys. Um, this deck, Grixis, is like my curse deck. This deck, I either keep like a 2-lander and never see a land again, or which has been this. Like, we're on turn 10. We've drawn an extra card off Baleful Strix, and we've seen one additional land on a 39 land deck. That's crazy to me. We can't win this. There's absolutely no way. So we're going to concede it here. It is the Grixis curse. It's just funny to me. All right, so let's go to board, see what we can do here. What do we think? What do we think? What do we think? Notion Thief, bribery? Does Ensnaring Bridge get him? Not really. I kind of like Notion Thief against Planeswalkers. Plays instant speed. The Abyss, I don't like. These Wraths, I don't like either. This deck does have a lot of 4s. Is Anarchy good enough? Anarchy is probably good enough. A Relic just cycles. Massacre, no. Does he have a bribery target in there? He probably has like a Primeval Titan. Let's put a bribery in. We just may randomly get him. Like, he's got to have like a couple creatures in there. You know, he's gonna have a couple. I bet you he has like a prime time because his mana is like screwy as all hell. So like, I bet you he runs a prime time to fix. Because green's gonna be his base. You saw like in his graveyard when he was discarding with the DAC, a Nature's Lore. So you can tell he's kind of relying on some green to fix his mana. Probably has like a Sylvan Caryatid in the deck. Probably has like Birds of Paradise, stuff like that. I bet's in the deck. Just kind of a guess. We'll see. Like, this removal is kind of bad too. But it's better than like a random Flash Flood Pyroblast. The life gain stuff for Red Deck wins matchup. I think we can win this matchup, though. We run a lot of counter magic, you know, and I think we probably run more powerful Planeswalkers than he does. I don't know if he runs an Ugin or not. Is this keepable? Meh. We're going to mull this. Mull it again. Alright, we're going to keep this. And put that on top. Oh, this deck. So, the ideal keep on this deck is like 3 to 4 lands. Cool. Alright, land. Land me. Doomblade's no good. Notion Thief is okay. Trinket Mage is our next land drop, is what it is. So if we hit one here, we don't. That is okay against Planeswalkers if he plays them out on curve. If we get another land, then we can go to 4, which is cool. So Jace is the threat next turn. Well, he may be trying to blow up our artifact land, is what I'm guessing. Or he may have DAC. If it's DAC, let's screw up his mana. He may be like out of cards. I also don't want to crack my Bloodstained Mire. I want like the highest probability possible of drawing lands. That's not going to happen though. Elsbeth, Knight Errant. Nope. Inquisition's bad in this matchup. I'll play at the turn I want to resolve something really badly, but... Oh, if we just get land screwed all night. This deck always does this, though. 39 lander, can't draw one of them. Give me one, guys. Give me one. Come on, deck. Nope. Well... Memory Leak should be okay. If he pulls up my Seat of the Synod because it's an artifact randomly, we're in so much trouble, guys. This deck is so frustrating though, because like it does have a lot of fours, but like the mana base is built to support it, and it just always does this. I swear to goodness. Okay. You know. Then you see like mono greed mana over there just going to town. It's like, okay, that's magic though. But I mean, this deck for some reason, this deck specifically, because I'm not complaining about getting mana screwed or mana flooded. It happens, but this deck for some reason always does it. And I don't know. Like I consider myself a decent deck builder, and okay, what we got here? Something I'm gonna memory lapse that thing. Yeah, I'll memory lapse that. And cool enough, I don't have to pop that thing. Cool. Well, he may run it back. Cool. Still no. No. Okie doke. Well, with this guy just threw it out of hand. Now he's just a bunch of wraths. He may even cast like the Qatari's Wrath just to like make, you know, some random 1/1s. I don't know though. That's kind of loose. What do we have here? Soren, okay. Mega 1/1? Mega 1/1, dude. Cool. Land, please. Deck. Oh, deck. Pie the Needle. Soren, a Lord of Innistrad. It's about right. Okay. Oh, guys. This deck always does this. It's just, it's almost amusing. See what he's got. Yep, same stuff. Probably draw straight gas off the top, be my guess. Yeah, looks like it. Thoughtseize? No, just probably some Planeswalker. Probably drew it, and it's just like miserable. Okay, Venser. I'll let you bounce here. The Anarchy is good. Maybe fixing for it. Doesn't get the artifact, though. I don't know how we win this, guys. It's just like hopeless. Are we on turn 11? And we've drawn 0 lands. That's amazing. Well, maybe this will draw us into lands. Okay. Maybe he wraths here, I don't know. To keep us away from lands. Or he just drew another, like, Planeswalker. Yeah, I guess so. Yep. Well, guys, I don't know what to tell you. I don't... 39 lands. These two draws have almost been as improbable as the 28 land deck that drew all lands. Sometimes your luck just turns, I guess. This is very poor luck, though. Can I win this? He's got a 2-turn clock off the germ anyways. What do I hope to do if I draw 3? Play the Trink out, get it destroyed by the Obnixilis, and still lose? Should I get attacked down? What can I draw here? I don't think 5 damage makes any more difference than 4. So let's pass it. I don't think it does. Alright, he finally drew a land. The rest of his card are Wraths. I think. Oh, wait, no, he drew off Obnixilis. So he drew a land off Obnixilis, or he drew it for the turn and then drew another Planeswalker, more than likely. What does he have? I don't think he needs to cast any more cards here. We're just losing at this point. This is so miserable, though. This is like the worst way to lose Magic. And, like, honestly, like, I don't know. I guess you could randomly shuffle into this, but this feels like Shuffler to me, guys. Oof. Hey, it's a Seer and Visions. We can hope to draw into land now. This is running like epically bad. Yeah. I'm kind of curious. Can we do anything here? Nope, not really. Considering it, concede. Let's see if there's land on the top. I'm kind of curious. Draw? No. So our next land was 20 cards into the deck. I haven't run that bad in a while. I mean, I guess the first game we ran bad too, but we also knew it going in with Grixis. For some reason, that Grixis deck loves to run poorly. Just run bad. Oof. Let's run it back again. I don't believe in curses. Although this deck tends to make me think I have one. Oof. Alright, this is a keepable hand. This is like a great hand for this deck. Here we go. We'll wait on the brainstorm. Oh, yeah, that was not a good set of matches. Cool. Play it. Play Island next. Then we'll look at the Smoldering Marsh as an option. So get a fetch land, then we'll play the Brainstorm. Fetch is not bad here. This deck actually runs a fairly high basic count too, just to play around cards like Blood Moon. Unfortunately, I don't think this deck does not have a Blood Moon sideboard, which would be kind of nice in this matchup specifically. Abyss is not good, but I mean it's a main deck card. We'll play Swamp. I don't know how greedy he is with Wastelands and Tech Edges and Dust Bowls. Maybe we could go to 41 if we play like Dust Bowl in this deck. But I just this deck really doesn't want a Dust Bowl, you know? Alright. I think we hold on to Brainstorm, guys. Vidalcan Shackles is historically very good, but here I don't think it's good enough. So let's pass it back. We'll just wait. We're going to bide time. That's what this deck does. It bides time. You know, it tries to get answers for things. Planeswalkers are going to be harder to answer. That is true. But we are making our land drops, so there's no need to bust the Brainstorm yet. Negate is very strong. Now you may see us cast the Trinket Mage to get a land this next turn. That's fine. That's fine too. That's a very strong card in this matchup. So we leave up Negate. We will cast this thing, getting the blue artifact land. Pithing Needle is also a consideration, but I just want to make land drops now. Plus with the Torrential Gearhulk. Torrential Gearhulk like randomly makes a lot of these counter spells good, and like I kind of like having it with a Dissolve and a Negate. Dissolve up now. We're likely to use that first. We're trying to draw into gas, namely like Ugin, the Ugin sort of gas. But I don't know if we'll tap down on an open board for Ugin. We may let him play into it a bit first. The Abyss is abysmal in this matchup, at least. Okay. Gideon? We'll probably counter a Gideon. Mimic that? Probably not. That may be folly, but we'll find other ways to deal with that. It doesn't like kill us now. He could kill the Trinket Mage, get artifacts with it. Cool. We'll just start lifing him with the Trink Mage. Mimic that is very good against the Abyss, but I mean, like, I'm not going to play the Abyss into like a board that it only benefits my opponent. Do we need to draw into gas? Not really. We can bide our time. Like, if he's going to miss land drops and discards, fine. My guess would be if he's in that situation, though, he's going to play cards out. He's going to play spells out. Okay. We're on, like, infinite counters, so. I don't think Spell Snare will be good in this matchup. He may kill this thing. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually 100% fine with that. That's nice. I get to get some more land out of the deck, which is cool. What do we need? Black, 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 red, red. We'll just get an island. Namely, a snow-covered island. Yeah, and Mimic Vet's an interesting card. Like, I probably plays it to get other people's creatures. It's like kind of like a weird sort of bribery, essentially, for cards that have already been played by the opponent, because he plays a bunch of Wraths. So my guess is it's not really for his own creatures. Although, if I draw bribery, I'd be interested to cast it on him, because I could still leave up, you know, at least one of my counter spells, possibly two, if I want to do Spell Snare and Negate, which may be good enough. Just to see. And who knows? We'll see what he casts here. He's debating something. Okay, pass it back. Okey-doke. I'm fine. This deck is like, this is what this deck wants to do, is just make land drops every turn. This is how it should run, to be honest. With 39 lands, it probably should run pretty consistently to make land drops. So we're obviously doing a lot better this game. We're making them. And the last game was a weird one to me. Like in this game, this deck has had a lot of those kind of games. Chromatic Lantern. What does he not have right now? Blue mana. He does not have blue mana. He does not have a red mana either. So actually, I think the play is to do this. We're going to counter him here. It doesn't seem right because that card is like not gas, but it kind of is. That's good. That'll allow us to get his Mimic Vat and also get through our deck. And he has like no pressure, so why not? We'll take this. That with a Torrential Gearhulk seems pretty good. Okie doke. Yeah, I kind of like that with Torrential Gearhulk. It seems very good. So his blue mana is now out. No red mana, though. Yeah, because he was only on Abzan mana, that's why I did that play, or I made that play to counter the Chromatic Lantern. I think it was right. Rangers, a path, 2 forest. That's cool. You get up on mana advantage, but I think we're gonna end up getting up on card advantage, especially the card like Dak. We'll be able to get into like our cards that make more cards. Maybe like Mull Drifters, Mystic Confluences. Don't believe we run Thirst in this deck. Karn is a card advantage engine because he just eats their hand apart, eats their lands apart. Depending on what he gets, he'll probably get like a Breeding Pool and a Volcanic. I'm sorry, Breeding Pool and Taiga. They're not basics, so yeah, Taiga, Breeding Pool, or Tropical Island are the ones that make the most. Actually, because they come into play tapped, it'll be Breeding Pool plus Stomping Ground. That's my guess. Because he does not have red mana, and he only has 1 blue mana. Okay, no, 2 red mana. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I would have thought 1 more blue, but that is telling of his hand. So, like, what does that mean? Koth, Sarkhan, those are all interesting. Force Spike seems pretty bad. Okay, so let's draw cards. Ashiok's fine. We definitely don't want that. Probably don't want that either. Cast the Ashiok. And we'll start milling his deck. Exile the top whatever cards. And eventually we'll get his hand in his graveyard. And force him off the top. So what do we get? A Nissa and a Katuri's Wrath. Cool. I think I hold on the Torrential Gearhulk, because I mean, if he has another exiling effect, it's catastrophic. I really want to eventually get that under the Mimic Vat, so I can recurse my spells. That would make Mimic Vat essentially like an Isochron Scepter with a counterspell on it, if I get enough of them in the graveyard. And Negate and Dissolve are both... I think against this deck, they're essentially both hard counters. I mean, Negate is not really a hard counter because it only does non-creatures, but I don't think he runs a lot. Or he runs very few. Maybe he runs none. Maybe Bribery was just terrible to bring in, but it allows us to also look at his deck. So what does he have here? Like an Ajani, maybe? Can't think of a 3-mana Planeswalker in white and red. Unless I'm just being dumb. Think of some 4s. Elspeth. Ajani. Yeah, Elspeth. Okay. This gets negated. No thank you. No thank you, good sir. Not even a little bit. No, I'm in a bad place right now as far as counters go. It's going to be a lot harder to resolve something. Well, Force Spike is actually randomly going to be good against him because he's going to start casting 2 Planeswalkers in a turn. And there I think he can shine. Let's see what he's got here. Hopefully it's a 5-mana one. Elspeth is a beating, though. Like, I can't imagine many that are better. Even the 5-mana ones I don't think are that much better. Garrick? Well, let's look. Let's look inside the deck. See what we got. And we get rewarded. No thank you. Do you run creatures in your deck? I'm actually kind of curious. Pulse the Forge. Okay, that kind of seems like a clunker. Anguish of Making is good to get out of the deck. Alright, we'll cast on the Beast Skull. We still have up the Torrential Gearhulk of note. And we have Beast Skull recursion, if you will. Let's see what he's got here. He's on a lot more cards than we are. At this point, we could probably stop drawing lands. We have the DAC to kind of fix that. That was the last land I want to really play. This is enough. Now we just need gas. Like, Chandra would be gas. Ugin would be uber gas, but we would really rather have a way to protect him as well the turn we do it. Ashiok, putting him off the top of his deck would be very good. So what does he have here? Elspeth at this point would be okay. Ajani. Ajani does 3 damage, so I think he ends up killing. Would he waste a whole Ajani against my DAC? I think my DAC is better. He's going to probably Wrath this turn as well, but I have the Bolt in hand. Do I want to lose the DAC? Wrath afterwards. Huh. I think we got to be okay with that. Because if I play the Torrent Gearhulk out and counter that, he just Wraths. It's like, what am I doing? Yeah, okay. Kill the DAC. Okay. Which one do you want to get, really, is what it comes down to. I don't really want to lose DAC here, but we're going to. Our hand's not terrible either. So what have you got? My guess is Wrath here, and we can get his Johnny with the Bolt. It's pretty decent. If not, if it's like another Planeswalker, depends on which one it is. But I think we gotta let that go. I guess he like runs like a Worm Coil engine randomly enough, and like a Primeval Titan in this deck. I don't know though. I mean, I could go look at his deck list right now and Gatherling because he's played it a lot. I'm not going to though. Oh, he's disconned. It looks like. We'll want a quick pause, folks, while he's disconned. All right, we're back, guys. We'll bolt the Ajani down to nothing. He probably has like a Swords to Plowshares for the Germ, which is fine, but I think he wants to save it to do it on our turn. Really, we're looking to get after is like Ashiok his whole hand. I don't think we're ever going to hit a creature with Ashiok unless we get really lucky and he has like 1 or 2 in the deck. Swords to Plowshares, probably. Or is it like, I don't know what this could be. Okey-doke. Yep. Okey-doke. Cool. Firebolt is... I mean, I guess it does randomly do like 4 damage to Planeswalkers, so I mean, it's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. Okay. Target permanent you own, correct? Yep, okay. That is fine. Missia Wrath here. Okay. So the ideal turn that, because this is 10, -10, right? The ideal turn that we cast this Torrential Gearhulk is the turn that we delete his whole hand and his whole graveyard. That's kind of what we're looking to do here. Missia Wrath. If it's a Wrath, I almost just like casting the Torrent Gearhulk and bolting his face. Well, wait. You know what? No. Let's do this. Oop. We will dissolve here to scry. Although, it may make sense. Go ahead and do this. And we'll get the Badlands. Don't want the Wasteland. Let us see your hand. Starstorm. We'll wait on the Bolt plan. And actually, honestly, the Ashiok plan might not even be good either. I mean, he's going to play something out here if he drew it. We'll see what he drew. Because I don't think Comeuppance gets it done here. Because, I mean, the Torrent Gearhulk... I'll attach the Batterskull to the Torrent Gearhulk more than likely next turn. Kind of force him to Wrath here. And if he does, yes, that's fine. Okay. I think we win next turn. Okay, alright, he finally just gave it up. Come up and through this and get that done there. Oh, that's right, the bribery was last game. What do I think here? Alright, so I like Notion Thief better than I like the Abyss. That's just bad. Damnation is just bad. Toxic Deluge is just bad. Radiant Flames just bad. Hmm. I guess Pyroblast, I don't know. Seems loose. Seems kind of loose. We're going to try this. I think there's like 1 to 2 creatures in this deck. That's speculative at best. Ensnaring Bridge. Yeah, we'll put it in. He has like Gideons. He has Elspeths. I mean, eh. We'll put this in. It cycles for a card. I don't know though. It gets our own graveyard too, right? Ugh. Ugh. Alright. Anarchy probably is best. Now what's the last card? Until Miser Pyroblast to get a Jace. Like another blue Planeswalker, like a Tameo. A Teferi. What do we do this? Green or red? Maybe we do Flash Freeze. Alright. I think this is the deck, guys. I don't like it, but it's really more of a creature killing deck as opposed to Planeswalkers. Although, you know, maybe we should look. We do have the Pie the Needle for those. We have like the Planeswalkers that can get the other Planeswalkers in the mirror. Maybe we should look at running like a Hero's Downfall. That may be an option. We already have the Dreadbore though. It's just like a more efficient version of that. Well, it's more efficient, but it's not instant speed, which can be relevant in certain cases. You know, where you want the option to be able to counter. Alright, I think we got to keep this. We're going to keep it. He goes first. We'll get to hit him with the Thoughtseize, though. That seems okay. We'll play this on first. I don't presume he's on Wasteland. We'll ponder first. Do we want to shuffle this? No, and the reason being is because we'll just draw the Trinket Mage plus 1 land. Yeah. Well, we got random land off the top anyways. So, what are we banking on here? We don't even really have the mana fix to cast. That's good. Hero's Downfall gets our own Planeswalkers. Nahiri is just like randomly good, though. You know what? Let's get rid of his action. Even though we have the Anarchy to answer that, like, and the Worm Coil is going to be worse, you know, I'm okay with that. Like, I'd rather make him reactionary. Obviously, Hero's Downfall is live because we played our Urborg, which may have been wrong, looking back on it now. Okie doke. Wish I had Price of Progress in this deck. I mean, obviously it would hurt me really bad, too. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm going to pretend I am, because I can't do anything about it anyways. Steam Vents. I gotta double check which instance this deck runs. I'm wondering if it runs Tainted Pact or not. It does. And it has 4 Snow Islands, 4 regular islands. Okay, that should be enough, though, to get gas. I don't think we're in... We'll see what we do with this turn. I mean, we could obviously get Force of Will as well and, like, counter, like, just a game-ending spell. We know he has 3 blanks in hand, though. Well, not blanks, but, like... The trick is going to be getting him to use the Hero's Downfall against the Worm Coil. Speaking of which, Worm Coil will soon be a masterpiece. This may get countered, too. I don't think he runs counters, but it may. What do we think here? What do we think here? Well, I think Mystic Confluence, actually. 3 cards seems like an awful lot. If he does nothing, we're just drawing 3. We have other options as well, though. In next turn, okay. Okey-doke. Well, pretty much think we can't lose now. We'll leave up Hardcast Force of Will. Well, we'll leave up actually Cryptic Command Force Spike. Hardcast Force of Will is going to come once we start. What do I think here? Force Spike. Sorry, I forgot. We probably should have played our Serum Visions there, but I mean, it's not like we're going to probably draw into something we can proactively do. No, I'm not going to do that. What I was thinking through is we could... We'll do this. It's fine. Bottom. Bottom. Okie doke. Short on what? Red mana? Might as well start mana screwing him. Or color screwing him, rather. He has a decent amount of mana. He's fine on white, green, black, obviously, because of the Urborg, and blue he's fine on. Alright, Urborg, cool. That is an efficient man land. That's probably the one I'll start lifing him with. I'll let him discard, though. All we need to do is like land 1 threat right now, though, and we can pretty much ride it all the way home. We'll let him kill this with like a Swords to Plowshares. If he has it. I probably won't protect it here. If you got it, you got it. Go for the throat, maybe. Anguish Unmaking? Hero's Downfall. Yeah, that's fine. That's kind of what we want to see. We're glad to see him do that because that means any Planeswalkers we get are just going to resolve. And we're very close to a point where we can recast the Mystical Teachings for another card advantage card. Which one that'll be? More than likely the Torrential Gearhulk to recast the Mystical Confluence. Sacrifice a creature at the beginning of each step of a Planeswalker enter the battlefield. Under your control this turn, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Yeah, okay. We're just going to leave up the Mystical Teachings, I think. Because Because if he wants to play around counter magic, we can eventually just get him, which is like straight card advantage, you know. So our hand is gas. Which Planeswalker do you have here? That one. Cool. Cool. And we'll get this thing. And we will counterspell you. Don't want to like get random 2/2s off of it, so let's just counter it. Let him pass. Batterskull seems good. That's coming in untapped. Reason being, I want to be able to cast the Cryptic command as well. We'll cast this end step, or we'll counter something, or we'll just draw a whole bunch of cards. Either way is fine with us. But Torrential Gearhulk's one of those cards you got to answer. I mean, you got to Wrath it, you got to kill it somehow. He's got Wraths. We know he's got at least 2 in his hand. What do we see here? A Garruk? There's another argument to allowing that Gideon to resolve so I could Anarchy it, but I mean, I just don't want to get a 2/2. So let's do this. Flash Freeze, being randomly good. See what else he does. I think we can outcard him, though. You know, sack the Crosenberg? Or maybe cast like a... Okay, yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I think it's 2. It's 2 for 1. It's a slow 2 for 1. It's good. There's red mana again. I really want like a non-creature way to win this game. I guess Wandering Fumarole can kind of do that for us. But what I really want is like a Karn or an Ugin. Okay. All right. Oh, what do we do here? Let's just play this silly thing out. We'll Cryptic Command whatever he plays. This may just force him to like wrap the board. I'm fine with that, you know. Okay. Yeah, he's got to like double Wrath to get this thing, which he has it, so I'm fine with that. And I'll let him do it too. I'm not going to counter that kind of stuff. I'm going to counter his win cons. Run more cards, more time. Arguably possibly stronger. Anarchy is questionable. It was just better than a Wrath because it gets random Planeswalkers as well. It gets permanents, so it doesn't just get critters. Still dubious though. That's fine. Is that fine? Yeah, that's fine. Get it. Don't need to win with that card at all. I am fine with that. I'd actually rather him do that than get one of my lands. Nothing, huh? Complicate feels like it's going to be just getting cycled. Trevor Knight's pretty bad. Play this silly thing out. I'd have like a Corrosive Grip to get rid of this thing. I mean, we just have so much mana at this point. We're not gonna play the Wandering Fumarole into instant speed removal. We'll let him wrath the board on this. That's fine. It's just, you know, card for time, card for time. Batter Skull is just in this deck. It's really like in this part of the game right here. It's just card advantage. That's what it is. 4 mana advantage because I'm gonna lose mana advantage over it. But I have way more lands in play. Not way more, but I do have more. But I've also seen, you know, what, 6 more cards at this point. And he better be careful on time, too, because he could time out. This is actually a game 2, and I won the first one, so... Moat. Do I care about that? Not really. Yeah, you know what? Let's get it. We still have our 3 mana up to recurse this thing. We only have 1 blue card, arguably, in hand. Engineered Explosives is interesting. Can get the Oath of Liliana, which may be good, randomly. I would rather it have been a blue card, though. He's probably got to play a Wrath. If he plays a Planeswalker, I'll probably kill it. Probably. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I want to start doing this to him. Like, just Batter Skull for time, or for cards. My time, his cards. I believe eventually I win. That is at least the theory. Because, I mean, we're obviously not at a shortage of lands here. We have plenty. Play the one that gets blown up to artifact removal. And we'll pass it back. And, you know, do what you do, man. We may just run out of gas. I mean, we do need to draw cards. Like, we do need to draw action, like Planeswalker action, like Karn Ugin, to win this, I think. You know, because if he just randomly, like, mises into a good Planeswalker and we don't hit more counter spells, then we could just randomly lose. There may be an argument to blowing up the Oath of Liliana, or Oath of, what is it? Okay, whatever it is. Because he can cast like any Planeswalker ever printed at this point. Kolaghan's Command seems fine. We'll just attack. If you want us to use instant speed removal on this thing, it's fine. Do you have any creatures in the graveyard? No. Discard 2 damage? No. On 6 cards, not at all. Okay. Well, forbid should be game. That just basically says you can turn your dead cards into real cards. What do we have here? Something that costs a lot of mana is instant speed. was going to say, pretty soon we'll have to discard. Probably will just want to 4-bid next turn so we don't have to discard. I'm going to shoot the discard. I mean... It is. Do we care about that? Yeah, here's what we do. Cool. Okay, well, at least, oh, did he drop? Oh, ML, right here. Oh, he left. Well, oh, no, he's back. Oh, wow, that was fast. We're just going to see if he wanted to. Let's do Gruel Beats. Okie doke. Alrighty. This is not keepable. This is. Play around Wasteland. Yep. This is actually a pretty good hand. I like it. See how it does. This deck is so aggressive. Or it's like, I guess an aggressive mid-range deck. It's not really aggressive. Yeah, no fear of Wasteland. Whatever. Do we have any 1-mana plays right now? Nope. Cinderglade. Go. Next turn, Shaman of the Great Hunt. Depends. See what he does. Cool. I'm probably going to play this in then. I'm not as afraid on 1 mana. He could daze me, but then he's back a land drop, and if I hit a land, Nissa's coming down. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to play out the Shaman here. If he left both up, it would be more of a consideration. Sword, probably next turn. Depends on what he does with this mana. And if this gets countered, then we'll obviously not play Sword. This thing's just a house. Okay. If you got it, you got it. That's fine. But Glenalondra's gone, which is cool. Because this deck does run a lot of creatures, but it also has, some decent stuff like Sword and like Nissa. I think his deck will have a tough time with the Nissa. Is he on mono counters? Maybe like a Geist of Saint Traft. If that's the case, though, we're going to put a 5/5 in its way and be like, hey, what are you going to do? And then maybe next year we could randomly even like return the Shaman if we wanted to. I don't know. We'll see. Sword's good. Okie doke. What do we got here? That's cool. Well, if he's on days, then he just has it all. If he taps out, what do we do? He's probably going to attack the Nissa. If he taps out, we're playing the Sword for sure. We're just going to beat the living crap out of him with it and draw more cards. Tech Edge is meh, but at least we chose wisely in the Forest. And this is a relatively landed deck. I think it's like 37 lands or 38 lands. A lot of mana dorks too, like the Wall of Roots, for instance. Doesn't really do anything against True Name. Can this deck kill a True Name? No, I think it just outraces True Name. I could see it going either way. My guess is he'll blow up a land because Sugar Daddy loves blowing up lands. I think you have to attack here. Does he have Counterspell? He has to have actual, factual Counterspell here. Does he have it? You know what? Let's see. Let us see. This is a beating, though. If he can get rid of it, he gets rid of it. Like, Go for the Throat does it. There's a lot of stuff, like Dismember does it. Okay, he's just taking a pounding, then. That card is a beast, too. Okay, we're done. I feel like you gotta bang into the Nissa at this point. Could be wrong about that. We have the Bloodstained Mire to get a mountain in case our forest gets randomly removed on his turn or bounced or something like that. But I mean, you gotta bang into the Nissa. The Sword makes trying to protect with this thing moot. Do we just run it back? I think we do. Then we got a Huntmaster to follow it up with. Seems fine. Seems good enough. May have a kill spell for this and a counter for the other, but like you'd had to draw the kill spell and have the counter in hand. And it's a conditional counter at best. Can we play around that? No. Okay. He probably has a counter for this. It's alright, though. We'll be okay. We can run it back the turn after. Okie doke. Go ahead. Alright, we got him. Cool. So, let's go to board. This seems good. This seems good. This seems good. This seems good. I think that's about it. Brooding Saurian's interesting. We already have the Homeward Path in deck, though. We'll see. Brooding Saurian probably should be there. Brooding Saurian's just funny to me. Just a funny card. Atarka's probably too slow. His deck's like little things. But I mean, it's like so much mana and it's just countered. Thrawn seems good. What seems bad? Bad. I don't like Chain Lightning as much. The card, I just haven't been that impressed with it. We'll take out this. I like Birthing Pod is slow. It's kind of slow. Like this isn't. This is more of a beatdown style mid-range deck. It's not really like a. It's got some value in it, but it's more of like a get after him kind of deck. All right, submit it. Not as Reanimator build, so Scrabbling Claws and Relic of Progenitus are kind of dead. Although I guess they both cycle. What else would be of interest? Doesn't seem to be on like a lot of non-basics. I mean, like the Dwarven Blast Miner, he started getting off them, and I'd like to think maybe I'm being completely vain when I say this. It's some of the commentary I've said to him. Like the mono greedy decks, like I feel like I can beat most of the time if I have the right deck. Like I just have to board properly. I have to have the right board for it. Like the Death and Taxes deck is good against those kind of decks. This is a keep. Might get Daze turn 1, but I mean, we've got mana for Daze. Finks is meh. But Treetop gives us a good resilient threat. Destructive Force, or Destructive Revelry is good against problem permanents like swords and stuff like that. Could get misstepped here. Let's see the results. Middle misstep? Brainstorm for what? Daze? Metal. Alright, so I will actually be happy if he dazes this. If he blows a Brainstorm to daze this, I'll be happy. If he has a fetch land in hand, this is okay. But I think using that, if he has a fetch land, like I said, it's okay. If he knows he has one card in hand, he's fine drawing again. But it could just be like 3 clunkers off the top. If he doesn't have fetch, here's that fetch. Yeah, that was not a good use of Brainstorm, in my opinion. Well, our Destructive Revelry target just came into play. Let's see what he's on now. So what we are going to do is this. Let's go ahead and Nature's Lore. He may counter this. If he does, it's cool. I don't really need the mana that much. He may think I do. It's Taiga. Alright, we're going to pass it back and blow up the Mox on his upkeep. That reduces options of him drawing a counter on his draw, and it also, if he has it already, ties up his mana on his turn for playing threats. So, I think it is the strongest play here. F6. Don't care if he has it. If he has it, that's fine. We just wasted his mana for a turn. We essentially like time walked him. He's gonna counter it. That's cool. I'm fine with that. See, I mean that's good value, but I mean like it's on his turn, right? So if I did that on my turn, a beating, right? So he's gonna be up to 5 cards this turn, but you know he may play another land. But after playing a Mox Diamond, I'm assuming he's on a land or light hand at this point in time. Might just be like one more. Yeah, fetch land. There's the fetch land he wanted with his Brainstorm. Shug, if you end up watching this video, like up to this point, like this is where you want your Brainstorm. Don't blow your Brainstorm when I play a random Mana Elves. You may kill it here. That's fine too. If you do, what do I do? Thoughtseize, Pelucranos is gone. I still have Treetop and Kitchen Finks though, so I'm actually fine with this. The 2 damage may be relevant over time too. Cool. Oop. Play around Daze. Do this for attacks. I mean, I Force of Will gets me, but I mean, if you Force of Will as a Finks, it's cool. So from this point, what's the problem? The True Name's an issue. I kind of feel like he kept a mana-heavy hand, though. It looks like he had some... I don't even know if he had good interaction, because like he Brainstormed and like... He did complicate... Okay. He's in a mana-heavy hand. So, do we play around Mana Leak here, or do we just play around Miscalc 4 Spike Daze? Well, first things first. We attack. If he dismembers the elves, then we can't play around. We're going to attack with this. Give him the option to make a mistake. See if we can sauce a land off the top. If we can't, we can also... so this plays around Miscalc, Force Spike. It does not play around Mana Leak. It does not play around Complicate, which is already in the graveyard. Actual Factual Counterspell gets it. Factor Fiction, fine. We can have this and this. Or the rest. I don't know. It's actually... I think it's a good stack. I think we stacked that well. He's on 2 cards. My guess is... Okay, he's greedy. We run a lot of basics in the deck. I'm fine with him Dust Bowling me. We'll manipulate the top deck because we don't want that thing right now. He can Dust Bowl me all day, though. That's fine. He's probably going to try to like Tech Edge or Dust Bowl the Treetop. The Jace is obviously live, but what is he casting out of there? Brainstorm? Thoughtseize? Factor Fiction's good. It's very mana intensive though, and we're kind of giving him a beatdown right now. He's down to 13. We've got 6 power in play. The Treetop is assumed dead at this point, in my opinion. We'll actually attack into it to force him to use the Tech Edge though. That cuts down on his mana production on the turn that he wants to Jace for the Factor Fiction. So it cuts down on viable options and allows our mid-range, our beatdown plan right now, because we are the aggro. He is the control at this point. He's on larger volume of cards. Actually, he's just control anyways. Like in this matchup, probably almost always. Depending on what we see with the Scalding turn, if it's a land, it's kind of bad. But we'll see. That is weird. What does he have? Cryptic Command's not an option. Must have... I don't know, guys. He must be playing 2 spells in a turn? Cool. That's fine. Right now, that's not good. That is not a good card right now. Neither is that, though. That is very strong, however. So, no. Yep. Well, swing for the fences. Swing for the fences. He will block the elves because he is greedier. Well, I don't know. I don't know how he wins this. He has to Factor Fiction again, I guess. He could Dust Bowl his next turn. I think he should have knocked out the Treetop this turn, though. He's going to lose it. Dismember? What does he have? Bounce? Okay. Well, the Green Sun Zenith, he must have like a damnation or something. That must be his draw. But Green Sun Zenith off the top ropes is strong. That is not a strong land play. It's just he doesn't have another turn unless he can stop what we're doing right now. So like manipulating his top deck unless he has like a draw spell in hand. Yeah, I definitely think we split that fact or fiction, right? And Dust Bowl is like so good against most decks. It's not. It could get some good critical pieces we have right now. Like the Treetop is actually pretty critical to our beating plan. But he has to both Tech Edge and Damnation the board. He may have Toxic Deluge, in which, well, he can't even play that, though, because he can't kill the Courser. So he needs Damnation almost exactly with these mana. And he also needs to Tech Edge us. But we still have a Green Sun Zenith off the top ropes. Okay, he sees the same thing we do. It's just not winnable. Well, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. All right. Sure, man. Yeah, we'll play again. Okie doke, shug. I kind of feel like playing Death and Taxes, guys. Kind of feel like playing Death and Taxes. I like this deck. It's one of my faves. One of my faves. Hopefully you didn't mean by try again like the same exact deck. Because if there's anything you know, we'll find out about me. I kind of get bored of playing the same deck over and over. Mull. This is a mull too. We're on the play. Cool, keep. We bottomed that with a copter. We bottomed that with a copter. 36 land deck, so we'll still probably hit some. Plus we have the copter to smooth it out. This may die. I make the expectation that he doesn't have Spell Pierce on the first turn, and or Daze, and or Force of Will. If he does, I think he gets the Smuggler's Copter. If he does not get the Smuggler's Copter, I think we're in a good spot. I don't like Leon and Relic Order. That's probably going to be the first card I ditch. Personal Tutor. What does this get? We may just get losing to some combo here. Personal Tutor is a strong card. It's card disadvantage, but I mean, I'm assuming the card it's getting for him is very bad for me. We have like a Toxic Deluge is fine. It's fine. All day long. Okay. Smuggler's Copter will still stay alive. We're playing first main. We're originally from the Midwest, so there's no main 2 over there, right? So we're just going to Smuggler's Copter the heck out of him here. T-Del is fine, but it's like almost the best worst against this kind of deck because it's so much life. He can just do it for 1, but then I'm just going to play a creature randomly. Land will be okay. That is stellar. Okay, so here's what we do. Oh, no. Let's go one in the pile. I almost like that because it allows us to cast multiple spells in a turn, but I mean we could just as easily draw a 1-drop and a 1-drop, and then we have 2 2-drops into play. But as it stands right now, if he wants to T-Del me this turn, he is going to have to play on a land, giving us 3 free cards, essentially purifying our top deck, by those 3 lands, so upping our chance of drawing gas. Will be the best gas to get. Alright, he's going to play around it. Well, that's fine by me, dude. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to sit here and beat on you with a 3/3. And maybe you have like a disenchant, or not a disenchant, a naturalize or something. Yep. Ditch it. So we're just going to sculpt our hand and not keep lands because if he had naturalize, I think land tax would be the right answer. I'm not going to play into my own tax, though. I mean, you got to do it, dude. Like, that's the unfortunate thing. Like, this deck is just going to beat up on you. All right, there you go. That doesn't really fix for Toxic Deluge, though. That doesn't even help you really cast anything that's that threatening to me. Like, True Name? That's miserable to have to play. So, what's our best draw after the 3 lands? Armageddon? Feels like Armageddon. Probably not basic land. It's alright, though. Play it out. And then we'll use this thing to turn our lands into real cards. I like that. Fetch land from him would be good. Hopefully, yep, there we go. Hopefully we can randomly mise him if he plays it out this turn. Sometimes he does. We'll see. Get censored. I mean, if he finds the swamp, well, it's gonna have to be black. Wait, can he? Because he plays. If he finds Bayou or Overgrown Tomb specifically, he can cast the Toxic Deluge. I think the chances of that are very low. Okay, I mean he gets one, but like it's not the one he needs right now. He could like randomly like wasteland his tropical island to like not play into the land tax. That's terrible though. Yeah, I kind of like what's going on here. Kind of feel like we're getting after him right now. Actually, he's almost like randomly dead. Yeah, he's almost randomly dead. I didn't even notice that. He's at 8. Okay, Jace, the Architect of Thoughts. Interesting. Cool. I'm assuming a plus. Yep. So we will do 3 damage to it. And then he will be forced next turn to minus it, I would assume. Meanwhile, over here, we're just ripping all the lands out of the deck. Doing what land tax does. That's a good draw. It's very efficient. We'll play a land. What do we feel like attacking with? Probably this. We'll probably tap this thing down. We'll attack. Actually, do we care? 3 damage on the 5? Yeah, we'll hit it. I think we should. I think it's right. Yep. Bone Splitter. That card is pretty much stellar. There you go. Okay, back down to 7. You can see like the efficiencies of the Death and Taxes deck. Have we discarded attacks yet? I don't think we have. I think we've only discarded to our own sensor or our own Smuggler's Copter. Smuggler's Copter. I mean, it was banned in Standard for Christ's sake. Excuse the blasphemy. It's just whenever cards or a series of cards get banned in Standard, like that's saying something. Like I don't remember when the last time was that happened. I think it may have been like when Tolarian Academy was a thing, which I think that was like a Miram-based deck that used like Mind Over Matter. I don't know. I can't remember now. It was like the Mind Over Matter deck. Yeah, he does what we expect. You can have this and this. Go ahead. If he drew black mana, obviously we split that wrong, which would have been smart on his part to do it then before playing the mana out. Counterspell does nothing. Well, I mean, it does something, but it's like so bad when you're getting like beat to death by an army of 2/2s and or whatever, 3/3s and 2/1s. It's not good in that situation, right? He's almost getting to a point now, like I said, where like Toxic Deluge is like the best worst. Because we were able to stifle his fetch land essentially and only have him look at the top 4, it essentially kept him from getting the Bayou and or the Overgrown Tomb to cast it. And as we're beating down on him, it becomes less and less productive to his game plan to stay alive. Jace the Mind Sculptor, yeah, it's cool. What do you bounce with this? Do you bounce or do you draw? You can't really draw. You're kind of dead. Are you? No, not quite. No, you are. Wait, are you? So that's Bone Splitter's 2, so we have 6 damage in play. We have 7 damage total if we wanted to. Okay, look at the top card of your library. I'm not going to hit your Jace, dude. You can bounce my stuff all day long. That's fine. That is A-okay. Or, the other option is, this is always going to be a 2-turn clock. We could also just, like, knock out the Jace. We could play, like, one of these random creatures and just knock the Jace out. Okay. Play this just to get have less lands in the deck. Play this silly thing. Okay. Okay, alright, he conceded it. I think that kind of makes sense there. Yeah, we forgot to, like, rebuild this board. This board is built for beating red deck wins now. That's the last thing we expected to play with it. What do we think here? I think this sort of deck eats the deck he's on up pretty well already. Let's run it back. Although, like, sort of Light and Shadow is interesting. I just think its effect is, like, I don't know. We'll see. If he runs a lot more Wraths or, like, individual, like, removal spells, then I think it's very, very good. But, because it's just, in attrition battles, like, bringing your creatures, your, like, little 1 and 2 mana creatures back is very good. But that's more for, like, against Wrath.deck. I don't think he's Wrath.deck. Alrighty. Has anyone in the history of 100 cards ever put someone on the play when they could be? I've yet to see it. I have not. I was just thinking through that, wondering curiously. Yeah, this is a keeper. Reason being is we have Weathered Wayfarer. The only card that would have been better than that is Land Tax. To keep a 1-lander. But if we draw like one more, it goes off. It's got the Smuggler's Copter. Gonna random Brave the Elements for like a late game finisher. If we never get to 3, Silverblade's fine. I think Dryad Arbor will be okay. Figure can grow. And then Brave to finish it off. Really, the Smuggler's Copter plus the Weathered Wayfarer make this good. If he has any like random utility lands, we can Wasteland the heck out of them. What do we think? Yeah. Mox Diamond, okay. Shug plays Mox Diamond in a lot of decks. I kind of introduced him to the card, I think, a little bit. And I don't know if it's right in every deck he plays it in. I'm glad he didn't play that land, though. I hate Urborg, because it just makes tapping so awkward. That's strong first turn play. Alright, so we don't hit our land. If this thing dies and we don't hit a land, we could be randomly out of the game. That could be a thing. We'll see. I don't think he runs a ton of point removal. If he has like a random Swords to Plowshares, then that stinks. If he does not, how essential is this thing to argue? If he does not have the point removal, so he draws. Okay, well he's probably got a way to kill this then. Be my guess. Okay, that's fine. That's making the likelihood of him having draw removal a little less, but not completely. Alright, Cruel Edict, cool. Wonder if he plays Diabolic Edict. He should. Wasteland. Cool. Well, since we need to get after our lands, we're going to play this out right now. If he has days, we bust. Okay, cool. We're really just hoping to draw planes, guys. That way we can draw or drop 2 cards next turn. By the way, I think it was right to drop Cruel Edict there. It's very smart to get rid of that card. That card's powerful. Some people do not respect it. More than likely what it would have gotten was the Wasteland. I don't know. Okay. So he is on a fast to draw. Wow, I could really punish that right now, huh? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to play this out. See if he counters it. So we haven't played a land yet. So it could be folly to counter this. If he counters it, I'm actually okay with it, though. Yeah, it's fine, dude. And then what we do is this. We take him off that mana. He does have the Mox, but I want to slow him down a bit. This thing comes off this turn or next? Next. No, 2 turns. We still have 2 1-mana plays, which I think it makes sense to use the Wasteland there. The only place it kind of stinks is that it's going to make the Silverblade Paladin a lot slower. But when he's mana leaking 1-drops, like when you're spending 2 mana to get rid of a 1-mana threat, I'm happy with that. That's fine, right? And he misses. So, and then this randomly happens. And you didn't like your top couple cards, but you know what? We're gonna get rid of this. This is like, yeah, that's right. It is kind of meh. So he's gonna draw the crappy cards he has on top, plus 1 he has not seen yet. So he's going to draw those 2 crappy cards off the Ancestral Visions, plus 1 more, and then 1 more. So he's going to have 2 possibly decent cards, 2 junkers. What's he going to do here? Complicate. That's really awkward. I feel so bad for him for that. Wow. Yeah, he could have gotten this thing. That stinks. That's why he's saying that. He's just like, he kind of pitched it. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. That's rough. Sorry, Shug. You know, I'm actually still fine with that, though. He's drawing 1 clunker, drawing 1 other clunker, and 2 randoms off the top. Next turn, I'm setting up the copter. I don't know. I mean, the game was still up in the air. He probably should have played it out. I think he was just frustrated. He was just frustrated. So, you know, that's too bad. Like, you know, and it happens, man. Like, if you want to see a prime way or a prime session of this kind of thing happening, cool. Watch my cube from last night. I managed to get some sleep, finally. But I did not, and I'm not doing very well at doing this tonight. It's about 12:17 a.m., but, you know, sometimes your muse is on, you want to play some Magic, I guess. So let's challenge him. But, you know, you can't tilt off about this stuff. I mean, like, I had a bunch of misplays, and they were embarrassing. And I put them on camera to show everyone else, because, I mean, it happens to everyone. It does. You know, you just have your off days, and you got to play through it and figure out how to win from there. What do we feel like? How about Gabos? Let's do Gabos. Let's do straight aggro. Like, Death and Taxes is, like, a much better deck, but whatever. We'll Gabo it up. Let's see how they do, the Garbos. Alright, this is our last game of the night, I think. This is a keep. Keep. What land do we play first? Definitely not Cavern of Souls. I guess we just play Mountain. I just don't want him to think I'm on Red Deck Wins. I can't really conceal it, though, can I? Yeah, okay. We're not going to conceal it. We'll play Mountain turn 1, then Cavern of Souls. We're into Wasteland then. Probably draw another 1 or 2 drop, though, in the first 2 turns. Or in the first set of turns. Place Skurgout on 2nd. Goblin War Chief on 3rd. Reduces them by 1, right? So this thing's castable on 3, and then a 2-drop is also castable same turn. Okay, this is a strong enough hand. It's not fast, but I mean, it's fine. Play around the Wasteland. Go. The haste clause is what makes, like, War Chief so ridiculous. You know, it's funny because, like, I think like some beginners may look at Goblin Warchief and think he is one of the worst lords for the goblins specifically. But honestly, I think he is probably the best. Haste is just such a beating. Like, it's just... Yeah, you can't counter this, man. I did make it uncounterable. Cavern of Souls can sometimes be tricky, and sometimes you screw it up, but I did not screw this one up. I've actually played with the card a decent bit, too. Not recently, not in recent history. Mostly in, like, Legacy. What do we have here? Don't spell snare this and waste your spell, bro. Okay, cool. I hope you have the fetch land, bro. I hope you have the fetch land for next turn. Guys, so Brainstorm is a powerful card. The reason it's powerful, though... So Brainstorm is not a powerful card in decks without a lot of shuffle effects. The reason Brainstorm is powerful, and people, proclaim it as being powerful, and why it's been restricted in places like Vintage, is because fetch lands... Okay, so he does have it here. And I'm glad he does. But because he does, I don't like using it there. Now, he may have a kill spell, but Scourge Rock Sergeant, or whatever this thing is, Rock Farmer, Scourge Idiot, whatever he is probably not the card that you are so worried about mana efficiency that you want to kill it with a Doom Blade on your turn 2. Yeah, so... This is weird. I think you're better off... He wants to him me. That's cool. I don't know if it'll be him, I win, because I had a land-heavy hand. He did get one of our good cards, though. That's ridiculous. I think we're probably going to win this one, guys. If he has more discard, we're up in the air again. He's going to need point removal here, though. Him is very good, but, like... it's whatever. It's meh here because I guess in that case, maybe you have to do it. I don't know. I have to see his hand now. I'm not trying to rag on him about the Brainstorm play. I mean, not at all. But, it's just... I'm very selective in how I use that card because I think it is so powerful. So this is a human. Let's just do this right here. Son of a gun. We just did screw up our Cavern of Souls. If he counters this, we earned it. It's screwed up, but we earned it. He may. He may go ahead and counter it. That would be fair. Cavern of Souls is kind of screwy like that, though. You can, like, randomly screw yourself over on it. Oh. What do we want? I haven't played this deck in forever. Gabos. So the first thing I know we're going to need... Do all the Lords. The Zozus. We'll take the Lords. They're like 2 mana, though. Which one's the best? A Frenzied Goblin. Bogart and Ram Gang. God, these cards are so bad. Oh. Oh, no. Reckless one. Is this a Goblin Avatar? Is that what that was? Yeah, it is a Goblin Avatar. Randomly enough. Siege Gang's kind of cool. Siege Gang's a huge beating, too. We do Goblin Rabblemaster first. Then we probably just do Pile Driver. We can cast... I think this is lethal next turn. And then to follow it up, we'll do the Siege Gang. And, probably... The Legion Loyalist? Meh. How about Krenko? Just games that get us back in if we get Wrathed. We don't need that many, though. We're done. Okay, order for draw. This guy. Oh, wait, we just did this totally wrong, guys. I could have swore Rabblemaster was, what is the other card called? We screwed up. Alright, so now that we screwed up, we do this. This goes second. First this. Okie doke. Well, we screwed up. I could have swore Goblin Rabblemaster was the one that drew the 3 off the top. It's just, these names all blend together to me sometimes. It's alright. He's going to deal with this anyways. The only way this is bad is if he, like, wraths my board, which is viable. But then I can play the Mogcatcher out and reshuffle my library. If he doesn't have additional removal for that. Okay, no damnation. So let's do this right. There we go. This is a lot of goblins. It's a lot to deal with. I think it's lethal. He could kill the war chief and make it so this thing and all of its 1/1s, all its 1/1 glory does not have haste. That's viable. Goblin or Venser, okay. It really stinks to have to cast that. That's fine. We'll send the Skirk in there. Now, what are his outs? Damnation, Toxic Deluge. Toxic Deluge not even being very good. So he has to kill his own Venser. There aren't that many turns left in the game to make that relevant. I don't know. It's feeling kind of fishy for him. Down to 4. I'm on 2. I think my 2 are probably more aggro, though. I know what one of mine does, and it just like automatically wins the game. So Venture was good there. You had to have like an unsubstantiate or something like that to stop it, or like a Wrath. But even Wrath is kind of meh. Okay. So, what do we think here? Sulfur Elemental, no. Anarchy, meh. You know, I think the deck's good enough. Let's run it back. We'll see like how many counters he's got. I mean, like the Pyroblast and the Red Elemental Blast may randomly be fine, but let's run it back. We'll see how we do with it. I mean, this deck feels pretty strong against his. It's just very aggressive. Almost every card in it does something, namely damage to people. If we see a lot more counters, though, like Mind Sparker and Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast may be interesting. I think he runs a decent number of basics, so like I'm not gonna try to randomly like lock him out with like Blood Moon Magus. I mean, Goblin Wizard is randomly good against white cards. I don't know, that's pretty loose, though. I built this deck a long time ago, and have not touched it much. I tend to be pretty decent about like maintaining these decks, but this one, it's been maintained marginally. Really, when they get... This is the card I was thinking of, Ringleader. Rabblemaster and Ringleader. No wonder they sound so similar. These cards all sound like they're the same to me. I'm going to mull this. Not enough land, and the cards are all very expensive. I'm going to keep this. It's good. Frenzied Goblin into Mud Brawler a Cohort. It's something with goblins. All these cards look the same to me. They all kind of sound the same to me. Oh. Shortcutter. Yeah, I'll put it on the top. Not the best, but I mean, this is a deck full of like 2/1s and 1/1s. I mean, what is the best? You know? Probably a Lord. Land in the first 3 turns is not terrible, but I can cast that spell. We're looking at a pretty aggressive start, though. I mean, like... Alright, we're going to get Thoughtseized here. It's pretty aggressive, though. Birds. Well, I wish I had the burn now. I won't lie, I was kind of hoping he Thoughtseize me, so I'm like, oh, it's so bad. Leveled? Level will be strong. No, okay. We're going to look for something strong. We don't have something strong, we're going to look for it. Did he mull hard? In the draw? He had to mold. Down to 3, he was at 4 this turn, at the beginning of his turn. Yeah, he had to mold down to 6 or 5. I wasn't checking. Good check. Maybe we mold the 6 ourselves. Alright, should mold the 6. Alright, counter magic, inbound. It's fine. Smoldering Marsh, cool. The Mud Brawler Cohorts. This will get countered. It's fine. A-okay. It's not that good a card. It's 2-2 haste. Yep, fine. If he misses on land, do I Ember Hauler and blow up his birds? Probably. As I do not think the long game favors the deck full of 2-1s and 2-2s. And 1-1s. He does not miss on land. Is he bad on fixing right now, though? More counter magic. Well, here's what I think we do instead. I think we play out this thing. See if he'll counter it. The likelihood of him countering something is higher. This is higher. And I kind of want to bolt his birds. I have good aggression left in my hand. It's okay. Interesting. What does that mean? Does it mean he doesn't have days? Force Spike? This may be really greedy on my part. Okay, he's going to counter this. That's fine, though. Like, we'll get more relevant plays down. I don't like it, but maybe we're getting Cryptic Commanded. Going to bounce something. Well, if that was the play, you should have just countered the Ember Hauler. Fact Fiction, okay. You can have this, this. You know what? Matter of fact, you can have all of this right here, or you can have those 2 lands. Because I think you're going to take the 2 lands, dude. Wow, I don't like that. He must have another black mana in hand. Well, if he can't him this turn, I like where we're at. If he can him this turn, it means on the following turn he can Abrupt Decay. He can Abrupt Decay at least, which is good. He should do it now because I will definitely sack the Ember Hauler in response if I draw a land. I could just play like a random Leovold. I don't know. He'll Abrupt Decay the Ember Hauler. That's fine. And he has, like, what, another counter spell? No, that thing. That card is great. I hope he does not draw red and I get to play it. But we'll see. Another counter spell. Remand would... Remand will be the best because that means I have a chance of keeping it. Actual Factual, like, counter spell is not good. Memory Lapse puts it on top, which is meh. I kind of want to draw a land right now. If I can fade. I think one thing that Shug may be challenged, sometimes is challenged by, is building of mana bases. That's fine. Is the building of mana bases. Because sometimes I feel like he has a tough time casting this, but we'll see. Maybe he'll just hit me this turn, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I suck. Well, he draws it. I don't think he had that. Because there's no world in which you don't him, as opposed you don't Abrupt Decay if you can him, right? So he drew that. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see what we get here. Probably a land to troll us. No, but Tuk-Tuk's fine. Can't really kill him. Makes a 5/5 Golem. He's huge. Possibly another counter spell. We'll see. Worldly Tutor is up. This thing is so annoying to play with. So what are our best draws? Probably a Lord. His best draw, I'm surprised he didn't cast the Worldly Tutor with his Forest. Maybe he wanted the land. Interesting. That's good. Does he have discard? No. That's going to give me time. I think what we do now is we try to set up a turn where the Tuk-Tuk Scrapper, or whatever this thing's called, Tuk-Tuk. There's 2 Tuk-Tuks. One of them is the Scrapper, one of them is the Explorer. That one is the Explorer. Is he an ally too? No, he's just a Goblin. The other one's an ally. This is what I think we try to do. We try to set up a turn. He could just get, like, True Name Nemesis. Go. And if he does, that's fine. But I hope he blocks the Tuk-Tuk, and I can blow him out with the Sting Scourger. And just get a whole boat of damage in there. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking. And this thing gets... Frenzied Goblin gets around most things. It obviously does not... Okay, that's a big card. Plays at flash speed. What's he going to recast with it, though? The him? Okay. No. I'm sorry. It's only the Beb, probably. That's fine. The Beb or possibly the Days, but the Days is like I know about that. It's like in Fact or Fiction is good too. Okay, interesting. Go ahead. I think we could randomly get him here if we play tricky. Because Sting Scourger is not an effect you play around against a red deck. Fact or Fiction's, I think, what he gets. He could Abrupt Decay the Frenzied Goblin. Yeah, he goes for that play. And Abrupt Decay on the Frenzied Goblin may be right. I don't know. Leaving the Tuk Tuk back could have been right too, but like I can't play that passively with this deck. I gotta life him fast. Days Undoing. Can have those two. You gotta take the Sylvan. The Fetch Land puts you down to 8, though. I think the Sylvan pile is the right pile to take here. He may have, like, a random... No, he doesn't have, like, the random leveled. Shug loves, like, these weird combos. Alright, oh, he did take that pile. Okay, so he's going to try to, like, set up a leveled turn. Which is, like, actually okay. Because he can't, unless he has the land, he cannot do the Notion Thief combo with it. Plus it ends his turn. Okay. Attack. That gets through. That'll get through. I don't think you want to attack with it, though. Alright. Well, that's randomly pretty cool. What does he have available to him? May have a counter in hand. What do we want to get countered? Probably this thing. What does he cast? The Beb? The Beb seems pretty good. So, let's do this. We'll get our 2 in. Play the Scourge out. He may have like a Notion Thief randomly. Notion Thief can't really block either of these profitably, though. And that could have been what he's playing for. He's playing for the Notion Thief here. And what he wants to do, he doesn't have the mana for it. If he plays the Notion Thief, he can't block realistically with Days Undoing a hand, because the Days Undoing combo is like such that he draws like 14 cards, which like I probably can't win from. Maybe I can. I don't know. How do we punish that though? I think the answer is we don't, but I think we play out the Scourge Prospector so that we can. This may get countered, but it's a 1/1. I don't know. He may understand what this does to the game. He probably will. This will allow the sacking of the Tuk Tuk Explorer. This is likely the Notion Thief. Condescend for 2. That's fine. That's probably right. But it also means we're not going to get Notion Thief at end step, which I'm fine with. Because Days Undoing into like either Notion Thief or Labeled is like a beating. Not that we can't get there. If he taps down at all on his turn, I can Sting Scourger him. And get in there for some more damage. We'll see what he gets up to, though. Because like Torrent Gearhulk is huge. Yeah, okay. That gains random life. Maybe even Sting Scourger that, actually, because he can't replay it. Okay. Is he going to attack here? He needs to start attacking, I think. I guess this deck is kind of spooky, but... Okay, you have more counters, sir. I know he's got a Days Undoing and 2 Unknowns. Is what he's got in hand. So you may have a counter for this. May not. Stage Scourger will definitely bump the Deathrite out of the board state. Put that away. You can replay it next turn if you'd like. Keep on getting in there. So what are the good draws here? Fire Blast is good. We know we can't echo the Scourger. Lightning Bolt is actually awesome too, if he doesn't have counter magic for it. Tarfire doesn't quite do it. Chain Lightning is in this deck as well, though, if I'm not mistaken. Let's pull the deck list up, actually. Gabos. Okay. So, Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolt, Goblin Grenade is also good. Personal Tutor's fine. What is that going to be for? There's a spell. It's a spell that does the same thing as what's it called? Notion Thief. I forget what it's called. Something like Oculus. It's got like a weird eye thing on it. I forget what the card's called. Has a similar effect though, but it's only for the turn, which is good. It'll be good here. So we know he's on a Days Undoing and 2 Unknowns in hand. Likely both are spells. If he has like that Oculus card, whatever that card's called, we'll see it in a second. I think that's what he's going to get. He can play it in conjunction with... So what do you get? Oh, Green Sun Zenith. Interesting. What does that get? Leovold? Yeah, Leovold to set up. But that puts him in a place where that's 1 more mana. So he needs to draw a land off the top, or he needs to use the Deathrite on that turn to make mana, which means it's not going to be gaining him life. No, I can't do anything about this. Nope. Do you have a counterspell, good sir? I have a counterspell. It's okay. We'll attack him with Tuk Tuk and leave the rest back. So we know for a fact he's got Days Undoing. He may have like Force of Will and he doesn't want to pitch his Days Undoing, but this is a lot of thinking. If you have a counterspell, you slam it here, I think. This makes a lot of different cards in our deck live. You know, and like Ib half hurt into Skirk Fire Marshal could just mean game. Okay, yeah, I figured that would resolve. We will attack in with our Tuk Tuk. Or will we? Yeah, we will. Go ahead and block that thing. Give me a 5/5. Okay. I like. And what do we have here? We have some sort of interaction, possibly a kill spell. Kill spell for the Goblin War Chief. Or a bounce spell maybe for the Tuk Tuk, the return. Yeah, Tuk Tuk return is getting bounced. Okay, cool. Ib will be pretty good, though. If I draw a land, that makes it even better, because it means, like, the Gearhulk cannot bounce it. So he's stuck in a weird spot here. He can make his play and draw a bunch of cards, leaving us only on 2, but he'll have to use the Deathrite Shaman to do it, I believe. Yes, he will. Which means he cannot gain life. Which is not the best place to be. You know? It's not per se great. It would be stellar because it just puts like a crap... If I draw a land, I think it's just game. If I draw a land and he has no interaction for this, It's just game. And he's realizing now that like he wanted to gain the life with the death right because he's very low. So it makes Green Sun a lot more awkward for him. So you got to get a land, dude. I think if you want to do this, unless you have land. So he doesn't draw the lands. He's actually after mising the Llanowar Waste, he's missed pretty handily. I think drawing one more island. There's the Leovold. And he's gonna have to go after one of the lands now. Okay, that's fine. And here we're going to see the Day's Undoing. It'll end his turn. Yeah, he doesn't want to take. Okie doke. Okie doke. Well, Sparksmith seems pretty good. Do you have Force of Will? Day's possible because it's been put back in his deck. What do we want to hit here? Probably the Leovold. No, probably the Deathrite. You can draw more cards, dude. That is fine. I'm fine giving you more cards. I just don't want to give you time. That's the thing. And you got to play a creature pretty fast. If he has Toxic Deluge, we're going to lose. He very well makes. He's on like 9 cards. Sees 9 new cards. It's a lot. Does he have to block here? Yeah, no. We're not attacking. We just got to hope to miss on like a Damnation or a Toxic Deluge. Toxic Deluge is just like a beating. Alright, Mox Diamond. That's fine. Mana is not really an issue here. Okie doke. Yeah, again, mana's not an issue, so we're happy to see that you had 9 of your cards were lands, essentially. Or 3 of your 9 cards were lands. Sylvan's not an issue. That's next turn. I need you to die this turn. If you have the Wrath, you have the Wrath. It's going to also have to kill your Venser. We don't really care if you... Okay, that's game. Pile Driver, I think. Yeah, Pile Driver's the play here, I think. Pile Driver. And it randomly has just protection from blue. If this card was printed nowadays, it would be uncounterable too, but he probably has a counter for this. Well, I don't know. I think you still counter the Matron as well. I mean, like, maybe not. This card's just beating, though. Like, yeah, he has a counter for it. Spell Snare? Okay. I think he's dead here. He blocks what when we attack in, so this is 2/2/2/2/2. Okay. He has to have instant speed kill. So, I think what we do here is attack in. Or do we? If we attack in with all of them, he has removal. How bad is that? You know, actually, we probably misplayed that. We probably should have like played around counter magic there, just so we could Frenzied Goblin, because the Torrent Gearhulk's the problem here. Does he have 1-for-1 removal? Do we play around it? This is a lot of damage. He can block 3 of them. It only takes 4. Okay. Go ahead and draw the cards, dude. We're screwing this up. We should have just targeted one of our own creatures. I keep on forgetting about Leopold, even though I play the card a decent bit. Cool. No. So he has to block War Chief and this thing. And he loses his Venser. So he either has to have... What does he have to have here? In general, or whatever this thing's called. Yeah. That's got to be blocked too. But then we have... If he hasn't drawn Wrath of some sort, or just like a ton of creatures... That's funny. Okay. I don't know if that's right. Alright. Cool. That means he didn't get the Wrath then. He may just be trying to cloud the board up or fog the board up. But, like, Sparksmith is kind of good against that, and he's down to 1 life. So, like, fetch lands are dead. Jace. Be okay. We're at 11. I think if he had made some of the attacks with the Tauren Gearhulk that I think he should have, we would be in a lot bigger trouble here. Alright, you get the Wrath. Actually, you can't even cast Toxic Deluge. You need to have Damnation, exactly. That's silly of me. I should have thought of that when I was playing this. It would have made the line a lot easier. I was like trying to like think through Toxic Deluge plays. He can't even T-Del here. So he should be pretty close to dead. It's going to take something interesting, because T-Del doesn't do it, and Damnation may or may not be in the deck. I don't know. In Damnationing this board... He's on 6 cards. He's just a lot more threat-light than we are. So you have 2 creatures, then. High Tide. That is not a card I expected to see in this deck, but I am very curious as to what's going to happen right now. I hope he combos me out, because, like, I have yet... The only person I've seen play this card is me. But it was in Storm, like dedicated Storm, not like creatures. Not like random bug creatures. So this is cool. What's happening? I don't know what he's going to do on, like, 20 mana that he can't do on 10, though, Maybe, like, I don't know, like, I'm, like, really interested now. Are you going to, like, Tendrils me out? That'd be sweet. It wouldn't take a lot of spells to Tendrils me out here. I mean, it wouldn't even take that one, really. It'd take a couple other 1-mana ones. You don't need the mana to do that. You can just hit me once with the 5/6 and, what? Storm 2 times? Or, yeah, Storm X2 for the original spell plus 2 more copies of it. That's what we have here. Got a lot of mana. That's what we got. I mean, I feel like any bolt off the top. This is a game 2 as well, and he's on almost like 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Hopefully he hurries up. If he can win this, I don't want him to lose time. I don't know if he can win this or not. We certainly gave him plenty of outs by letting him draw many additional Leovold cards. Okay, so you have infinite mana. Okay, so he draws a lot of cards. Tendrils would be sweet. Oh, he bounced that back to hand. Okay. So you're going to recast it and cast the Mystic Confluence again to draw more cards? That's not going to do it. That does not do it. This unfortunately does not do it. You could have like 1 kill spell. Even that. Teferi! Yes! Untap 4. Cool. Alright, this is like getting cool, but like, I don't know what he is doing though. This deck is really weird. Sure, this deck went from like, in my estimation, like a mid-range bug deck to like, what the hell is going on, man? High Tide is not the card I expected. Let's just say that. You can have a lot of cards. I don't know though. I still kind of feel like you're dead. This card is so cool though. I actually don't even think I own that card. It's a commander card. Teferi can be your... Is it with Teferi Temporal Master or Archmage? Temporal Archmage. Okay. Can be your commander. I think the most popular ones were like the green one and the red one. trying to think. The black one was not any good. Okay, so he bounced a creature. Which is fine. It's fine too. Do you have one more bounce spell? Okay. He had to bounce too. Yeah, it's game. Yeah, he had to bounce two with his Mystic Confluence. That was a weird play. I have no idea. High Tide, I don't know if it belongs in there, man. I don't know. High Tide's a sweet card, but like you need to be winning when you're casting that thing, like comboing out hard. Yeah, it's too bad. Um, yeah. Interesting games though. Interesting games. We'll see if he wants to play one more. Don't know. I'm probably up for one more. It's almost 1 o'clock though. Yeah, sure. We'll play one more. Plus, I'd rather play a real deck. Gabos is like meh. Gabos is cool. It's just like I don't know. You just jam stuff and attack. I haven't like play it particularly well there. What do I feel like doing here? Hmm. Play Esper. Play control deck. Alright. Got a million lands, including a wasteland. And yeah, we'll keep it. Got good mana. Slow, but this is Esper. So why not? If he has like a Mox Diamond, like turn to what's it called? True Name Nemesis, we're probably just gonna lose. Well, no, this is a Wrath deck. Alright, step one. Step one. Okay. Stifle this trigger. That's fine, dude. Yeah, honestly, like, either we're like evil geniuses, or like we're just like the worst predictors of our own demise. Yeah, I knew that was what he's getting. That's fine. We'll wrath him at some point. We'll figure it out. I can't deny that card. That card's just so strong. We may get beat to death before we can cast it, but like, True Name is at least not a fast clock. It's at least not a fast clock, and he's down on cards a lot. Like, Mox Diamond into a top tutor is like rough. Like, he's down to 2 cards. We could just randomly win. Alright. Well, this is very aggressive. Very aggressive in the dark. Play on our island. And it's very possible we could punish it too. Now, I mean, if he has like a bunch of counter magic, okie doke, play this out. He may just not play anything. I'll Mystic Confluence the end of one of his turns and hope to Mise into a Wrath. Ideally, Supreme Verdict, because I mean, obviously that plays around counter magic, but we do have a decent bit of counter magic in our hand. Obviously, we just needed a little bit of a slower start from him. How do we guess what it is that kills us? I don't know. And then it happens. That's awesome. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't want to like toot my own horn too much, but I'm kind of impressed. I just like randomly guessed that was going to happen to us. Funny, right? But you know what? We can win this. I'm not too worried. I hope it's a creature, not a Sylvan Library. Cool. But you know what? Not cool enough. I'm going to dissipate that for mana efficiency's sake, just to slow him down. That's probably like a Goy for something random. If he dazes this, that's okay. I just want him to fix his mana. His mana stinks right now. His mana is Mox Diamond mana, but I mean, that's pretty cool. You know what we get with that? Is it non-mana abilities? I can't remember. No. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. All right, so we do this. Oh, I got it. This is too easy. We'll just, yeah, we'll get our engineered explosives. I'm so silly. We can get a Wrath with this. I always forget we can get Wrath with this. Cool. And to boot, we have Counterspell backup. Cool. So we took 9 damage off a True Name. It's fine. We'll still get there. We got this. He's on total blue mana. Jace be the worst. Could be the Jace. Yeah, probably. Lingering Souls is cool. I would have actually rather had Timely Reinforcements at this point. My life is like just getting battered, but I'm not that low. So here's what we do. Wait, no we don't. Or do we? We have to. Nah. Meh. I don't like it, guys. Yeah. Do we play around Counterspell? Yeah, we do. We take 3 more. We really need this resolve. So we're going to try to resolve our Mystic Confluence at end step. Yeah, I missed 2 damage. I'm a control deck. I don't care. If I'm going to win this game, like, it's going to be overwhelming by the time I win it. Let's try to counter his next play and draw a couple cards. And then, like, tap him out. Cool. Cool. We may wasteland that even. Okay. I think he'll counter this. I think he will. We can also wasteland and boot to keep his mana bad. I wish I had a way to punish that Mox Diamond, though. Just play something dumb. Okay, no. Alright. Smart. Or you have counters. That's fine, because we're playing around them. I'm going to draw 1,000,000 cards. Return target creature? No. Just draw. I don't want another land. That's all I think he can get now. He'll probably counter this. That'd be my guess. Sweet. Plagiarize. Until end of turn. Alright, that's fine. Now I don't really want to draw these. He's going to get them. That's the card I was thinking of. I call it like Oculus. It's like some weird owl-looking thing. He got the free cards off it. That's fine. I wanted him to tap down, though. Alright. So, lose this thing. The right play is to cast on his turn, but I don't want to get stifled or something stupid. Because that thing can get stifled, unlike a Wrath. And any other 3... We got the Vidalcan Shackles. That thing's just impossible to target. Geist of Saint... Well, it doesn't have Geist of Saint Drive. It's not a white deck. Okay, his mana is okay again, but he drew like 1,000,000,000 cards. Glen Alondra is hilarious to me. So, how do we deal with Glen? I think we deal with Glen like this. I think what we do is we randomly do this. Lingering Souls. See if we can get him to counter it. No, we can't. Okay. We're going to pass it back. He doesn't have good attacks here. We get an intrinsic card advantage out of Lingering Souls. And if he goes to cast something, we'll counterspell it, force him to use up his Glen Alondra, and then the next turn we can cast the Vidalcan Shackles, possibly. We'll see. But he has no attack. Shug's decks, I mean, the one thing, man, like, I think you go all in on these kind of cutesy combos. Like, Plagiarize... So you use it like on draw sevens and like plagiarize Notion Thief and oh yeah, I will block that all day, man. That is a fair trade. And then that's a fair trade. That is an awesome trade, actually. You might as well have just countered the first half of Lingering Souls, to be honest. If you're going to tack into it, you know? It's actually more mana efficient. Maybe he has a kill spell for one of them, but that's still bad. That's fine by me. I'll actually counter it and force him to, I'll counter his kill spell and force him to, yeah, that's cool, dude. So, here you go. Go ahead and counter it with your Glenalandra, and she'll come out of attacks anyways. You just wasted a Go for the Throat on a 1-1, you know, free, well, 1/4 of a card. He'll get one whole card with Glenalandra. So we're both kind of getting value through different means here. He's going to get value through his Glenalandra. I'm going to get value through Lingering Souls. Because, like, Go for Throating this is, like, so meh. He may counterspell it, but then he's down to 2 cards in hand. Okay, he lets it get countered. Maybe he has another kill spell? No. Okay. Maybe he counters the other half of the Lingering Souls. I don't know. Nothing, huh? That's cool. Alrighty. Well, we're going to do this. Actually, not that. This. Go ahead and counter it if you want. Cool. Thanks. And then we'll leave up Snapcaster, Spell Pierce, Randomness. Although I really want to save this Snapcaster for Mystic Confluence. I think it's just far better. Alright, he's getting a lot of lands. I don't feel too terrible about this, though. We'll play that out. We'll attack in. Will we? With 1. If he wants to cast a removal spell into it, we'll get into a fight and then eventually get the shackles down. Or Spell Pierce could be interesting because it could like tap him down. I could like randomly get his Glenalandra and get the last counter spell off of it. We'll see what he gets up to. Helmar Depths. Yeah, again, landing out. Landing out stinks. Okay. Alright, that's how we get them. Leave them both back, it's fine. We're on a race here. We're just seeing if he'd block before. If he did, it's obviously awesome for us. Because Snapcaster on Mystic Confluence is going to be a beating. Okie doke. Well, you didn't draw Brainstorm for the turn. My guess would be he got frustrated and drew a land, and then just decided to sack his Flooded Strand to try to thin his deck out post-hog. Or he needed black, but he already has 1 black. I don't think there's a lot of 2 black spells. Maybe like, oh, you know what it could be? Is Hymn to Turek. Hymn to Turek makes sense here. Well, it's a many mana spell. Yeah, so what we'll do is this. Have it. Okay. Well, play around days? Yeah, I think we do. Force Spike. This is the worst Mystical Teachings ever. It is going to get a Force Spike. No crap, a Force Spike. I believe it's in the deck. Getting dazed here is such a beating. Force Spike. That is hilarious. I have never Mystical Teachings for a Force Spike. I am today, though, guys. That is such a beating. Alright, Snapcaster into draw a ton of cards, I think. No, we have to wait. But is the mana is not really relevant at this point. Like, I don't think, like... Alright, no, we're not. We're going to hold that up. And or Mystical Teachings in the flashback. Or we'll just, like, flash it back on his end step. But when we got a Cryptic Command, like, that's just a huge card. That's a huge draw. Mystical Teachings for Force Spike. And it works. Daze is just so bad for us there, though. We got a Jace. It's fine. I'm fine with that. I don't need those things. I don't really care about winning with them. We're probably running into a counter spell here, but we'll do it. Or like something horrendous would be like okay. I mean, if he has the Notion Thief, this is so bad, but I mean, I'm playing around 2 cards in 78, and the only one that does it after having cast the Plagiarize is the Notion Thief. I don't know, I feel like... Alright, draw 2 cards. Worst case, he's going to draw 2 cards, but we're at least getting back the Snapcaster. It's better than nothing. That's worst case. So if you got it, man, you got it. And we're going to have to take it like a champ. He may. Or we're getting countered. What's he got here? Condescend? Torrential Gearhulk for Plagiarize. Okay. Well, I didn't think of that. That does work as well. But, no, we can't quite do that. We only have 3 islands. We need 2 more. So he's going to get 2 more cards off this. Which is good. That's strong. You know, so I guess we're playing around 2 cards in his deck, and he had 1 of them. That stinks. So, we get beat up by this thing. But, at least, we do get back the Snapcaster. That was the right play all day long, though. I'm going to stick by that play. Playing around 2 cards in a 2-card hand is just not good. Well, that would have been good a while ago, and it's not quite good with a Snapcaster Mage in hand. How much does this thing cost? We have mana for that. We do not have removal. Do we have 2 mana removal? Let's go check real fast. Esper. Not really. We have a combo piece. Okay, so... Come on, Moto. The game is freezing. Well, wait. This is how much again? It's 6 mana. Yeah, we do that now. If he has the daze, we're going to lose. Probably horribly. But we're going to get our Swords to Plowshares. Or is there something better? No, there's something better here. I mean, like maybe the Enlightened Tutor just wins us the game, but like that's so weak to counter magic. Yeah, let's go ahead and Swords to Plowshares this. Not in a hurry. If he has the days, we get had. Days are Force of Will, but I mean, like, you know, if he does, he's just like his top deck's been crushing it. So my hope is here, F6. My hope here is, okay, that's fine. You can get the Cryptic Commander, the Vidalcan Shackles, or probably the, well, or the Snapcaster. Snapcaster's randomly pretty good too. Because it just allows me to get another creature. Actually, the hand's pretty good. He may even go for the muddle. I don't know what he gets here. It's up in the air. I don't know what is in his hand, so his call. This is a tougher one. They're all very strong cards, obviously. Snapcaster is anything. Alright, that's probably the right call because it's the card that is the least replaceable. Wasteland, probably getting my black mana, if I had to guess. That's fine too. Probably getting my black mana, but he's down to 2 cards. Do you have a threat or a Jace? If he has a Jace, we're in a lot of trouble, guys. A threat would be okay. We can deal with that with Snapcaster. We may muddle next turn to start setting up our combo. Depends on what we draw. Thank you. Why would you do that? No. Shug, why would you do that, man? My hand was good, but like not as good as 7, dude. Inquisition, take. I don't know. Your call. Probably the Preordain or the Mana Leak. Depends on what you're most scared of. But yeah, that was what did he get? What was it again? Time something? Oh, Time Reversal. It's the 5 mana Time Walk or the Time Spiral. Yeah, not what I would consider an optimal card. But hey, you know, to each their own. Alright, Mana Leak. But I mean, I have a Preordain and a Ponder. Which I will definitely Ponder, or Preordain first, and then Portent, rather, I'm sorry. Do you have a threat? Or no? So obviously his hand, either his hand was so bad that he had to get rid of it, or you're going to Inquisition us again. Probably taking Portent, maybe. Oh, we'll see. Portent does see more cards. I think I have to Wasteland his Wasteland this next turn. I don't know if that's right or not. Maybe it is. Well, T-Del is not a bad pickup. First things first, though. I need to protect my assets here. I need my black mana, I think. So we'll take out his Wasteland with a Wasteland. First things, we'll do this. We'll look at our library. And yeah. So. This will slow him. No, not at all. I really want that Elsbeth. Okie doke. Now, knows we have Complicate in hand, so we'll be able to play around that. He's not going to know about Memory Lapse, but he should be low on discard. Yeah, he's got a Thoughtseizing deck and a Hymn to Turek. Yeah. So, we'll Memory Lapse and do Condescend, although he does have mana advantage over us. So we'll have to be cognizant of that. I'm glad to be able to keep my black mana. I don't know if it's going to be relevant or not, but I'm going to want to at least have one, I think. For like a random Vindicate or something, you know. Glen Alondra is very bad for us, so let's see if he has the counter magic. He probably does. Probably does. If he did, well, he's thinking a long time. If you have counter magic, you counter this in this battle. Okay. This is a beating. Well, huh. Okay. Okay. And then we fight him all day long about his Venser and hope to knock down his Glen Alondra a bit. Good, he's going to do something here, which benefits us. We need him to do things because we have a reactive hand. Alright, he's going to attack first. Alright, never mind. Oh, if we can get him to Venser right here to fight this, that would be awesome, guys. That would be so stellar. Just fight us on something. Let's cycle this and see if we... No, he's not going to be greedy enough. Okay. Let's see if we can sauce the Venser out. Come on, Venser. So leave him 1 mana. I don't know. I think we're losing this one, but... I mean, he could misplay. Interesting. Okay. So I'm not taking damage this turn. That seems okay for me. Okay, you gonna draw cards? I would assume so. You can have the personal tutor of the lands. If you cast the personal tutor this turn, you're not getting... What did he take? Alright, so I assume he took the personal tutor. Ancient Tomb is fine. Personal tutor's fine. Doesn't have a Venser up. Okay, so personal tutor for what, though? The Notion Thief is gone. Days Undoing. Hymnal to Turek. Okay. Well, Glen Alondra randomly... So, I think what we do is this. See if we can get him. Now, if we get him on this... Well, shoot. If he counters this... Okay, cool. Well, wait. It depends on how he plays Venser. Depends on how he plays Venser, guys. So he's going to get our Elspeth with the Hymn, which is just, like, abysmal. But we have the, what's it called? The Sphinx's Rev on top. Okay, here's what we do. I don't know why he didn't hit me there. Maybe for value, he's trying to Venser a land. Venser a land, dude. This is an odd play. Okay. Teferi or Lance. Or, I'm sorry, like, whatever Grim player. Nonsense. What do you do there? Okay, yep. Teferi. Go ahead and cast your Avenser. And I got a Mize here. That was the wrong tap job. Okay, goes back to hand and then gets himmed. Mize. Cool. Still in the game. It's going to be a tight one. I don't know. What else does Teferi do? I should have probably read what this thing did. I know it untaps stuff. That's like what it's normally used for. You have a Vendilion click? Complicate. Cool. Fine. Well, that would have been nice a turn ago. Now what we need is a Planeswalker. Is this look at the top card and then draw? Look at the top 2 cards you have, put them in your hand and put the other on the bottom. Okay, cool. So you have to reveal them? Nope. Okay. Well, we're probably going to lose here. What are our best draws? I would have said Elspeth Sun's Champion, but probably now Jace the Mind Sculptor. We need something that gets us up on card advantage. He's looking for a counter spell, but because of the way he tapped without using the Ancient Tomb, I think we're going to be able to play around a lot of them. And his clock is direly low. He's at half the time we are. We could probably beat him on clock too. I don't like winning that way, but you know, it's there for a reason. Kidoke. That's not it. Go. Batterskull might be fine too. We are at 9 mana. Yeah, Batterskull's fine. Batterskull be an okay draw. He's burned through a lot of his discard. I think we can beat this deck, though. Alright, he's not finding ways to win. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets countered. Let's see what happens, though. He's going to have counters, but let's shuffle it. We'll leave it in hand. Maybe force him to Thoughtseize, because the Thoughtseize is back in the deck. Or Duress if he runs it main. It's probably a board card, though. Realistically. Can have Counterspell, Force of Will, or Worldly Tutor. Can have cards that allow you to never lose the game, or a card that allows you to win, is essentially how that split goes, I think. Yeah, that's the right pick. What's his pick? Leovold, probably? No, Torrential Gearhulk is it. Torrential Gearhulk is definitely it. He'll draw with the Teferi. Probably recast the Personal Tutor or the Hymn to Turek would be my guess. Personal Tutor or Hymn to Turek are the two that I would think. It's not exiled, right? No, it is. True name, okay. I mean, I'm on Wrath.deck, so I can possibly answer that. It just depends on how many counter spells he has. I really got 2 turns from it, too. Cool. You have a threat. Cool. Well, we have our own card. Probably going to get countered, though. My guess would be. If it does not, okay. May have condescended hand. He's just counting his mana. He's got enough. Remand. Okay. And mana leak. Condescend maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. When you know I'm on 0 cards, I don't think you remand there. I think you condescend. You already have a win con in play. You condescend because you want to scry and get into better cards. Remand draws you into random. Probably a land. You know? Yeah, so I don't like that play. I think you just condescend there. Especially when I'm on 0. If I'm on like a couple cards, yeah. Yeah, I could see it. Possibly. Even then. I think you just, I don't know. Yeah. I don't like that play. Or look top 2 cards, yeah, okay. He probably should stop doing that stuff and just attack us. Because his time is like, this is not a game, this is a game 1. He's on 4 minutes and 47 seconds. I don't think he's like, like extremely favored to win this every time. I think it's like a 50-50 match. Don't play another threat out, man. Okay, I mean that's not a threat, but I mean, well, it is kind of a threat. He's gonna top us. See what he does with it. Top, okay. And we'll go to game 2. Yeah, Shug is probably gonna go to time this match. All right, so what do we want here? Bribery's interesting. Nah, deck's great. Run it back. I don't want a bribery for like a torrential Gearhulk. It seems so bad. I don't know. You need bribery for like Emeralds and for like Primeval Titans. Torrent Gearhulk's a strong card, don't get me wrong, but I mean like the haste clause, or I'm sorry, the flash clause is what makes it so strong, right? I mean, if it didn't have flash, is it even that good? I don't think so. I think at that point, Consecrated Sphinx is better. The reason the card is so playable is because you can choose the time and place at which you want to cast it. Which is it's like it's I don't know, it's good. Well, he's definitely going deep in the tank here in the board. I'm going to put on a pause for a second, guys, and go grab a drink of water. Be right back. Alright, disregard that, guys. As soon as I said that, he came right back. This isn't keepable. This probably is. That is not. Okey-doke. Global Honors a Mirror Breaker. Mode's dead. Counterspell's good. Snap is good. I don't know, though. If we don't hit lands, I don't like it. Island? No. Fencer needs to come out of this deck. I don't like Fencer in this deck. Ugh. Ugh. It's just a tempo card. It's not like really a control card. I guess it can randomly control things. Like later on the road, it can like bounce a Planeswalker back and counter it on the backswing. Alright, what's he got? What do you got, man? Sylvan Library? Inquisition, cool. Taking, Counterspell. My hand is Garbo. So I may just randomly lose. Alright, well, sometimes you draw them, sometimes you don't. That's not good here. So his mana stinks, at least. He's going to Farseek. Okay. Into Island, Swamp, or Mountain card. He may just get a basic island. His mana is not good, though. You know what? You know what? Yeah, screw it. We're in the path to beatdown. This is not good, but he's low on clock. Well, we're drawing him like champs, guys. Force him to deal with this thing. Plus, I mean, if I'm going to win, I'd rather win. His mana is all jacked up. So you play Riptide, Wasteland, Ancient Tomb in your 3-color deck. This is what happens sometimes. He's probably still going to win, because, like, I need to draw 2 lands realistically to do anything with this hand. Like, anything at all. It's just so bad. You hate when this happens, but it's just like, you go to 6 on a 2-lander. It's a little speculative, but it has some early interaction. Factor Fiction's fine. I'm going to give you any... Oh. Can you cast any of this stuff? You can have Glenn. And you can have... Remand. No. You can have Glenn, or you can have... Yeah, these are the cards you can have. Let's see how greedy he is. Okay. Cool. See what he has here. Jace of Vryn's Prodigy. I way to go seat there, guys. I don't like it, but we need land drops in this deck. I mean, we just have to. He's going to flip his Jace, which is meh. He is likely going to Inquisition us or Factor Fiction. Factor Fiction is the greedy play, which we can randomly just punish with our Venser. Here we can just land our Glen. He'll sack it with his Lily if he managed to hit lands off the Factor Fiction. But I think at this point you need to like sort of think to play around. Alright, Plasm, whatever that is. Plasm Capture? What the hell does this do? That's interesting. It's like a very inefficient mana drain. It's kind of interesting. It just doesn't seem possible to ever cast in this deck. My guess would be... He'll try to blow our land up. Alright, cast Factor Fiction. Cool, dude. He'll blow our land up, probably. Can he win in a minute and 12 seconds, though? Let's see. We're going to see. He wants to wasteland us. Okay, yeah. I didn't even tap it for mana, brother. You're good to do it there. I'm not going to play those games with you. I'm not trying to win on time. I think I am at this point, though. Okay. No. You can have... Which one do you want? If he takes the Teferi, he's discarding a bunch. Okay. And he doesn't have Liliana active at that point. Okay. What can we draw here? Like Rest in Peace? I don't know. I don't even know. Okay, there's your island. Cool. Yeah, this is game. Discarding takes forever in this game. Okay, Lay of Old. Okie doke. Go ahead. This one stinks, you know, like... Oh, that's game. You can't win in 3 seconds. I don't know anyone who can who doesn't have an attacker, like, just charging down the board. Okie doke. Well, Teferi will be coming down, but, that's game. Just time. Stinks. Does stink. Hate to win that way, but you know what? At the same time, like, I'm not going to concede that way either. It's just you got to play the clock, right? I mean, it's part of the game. Obviously not IRL, as they say, because you know, people just get a draw. Or both, it'd be an unintentional draw for both players. But I mean, like, you know, you don't want to be the person who's kind of forcing that. Cool. All right, guys, I'm going to go on a pause. I guess we're going to play some more, even though it's almost like 2 in the morning. But, hey, whatever.